like basically you are in college and you have dorm parties and they're a lot of fun, but then you end up like wanting to be older than you really are, so you want to go to dorm parties. But then you want to go to you want to go to bars. But then when you actually find out what the bar is, you want to actually do that in dorm parties. That's kind of how it works. And then from there, everybody's always trying to get back to a dorm party. Really? Yeah, dorm parties are where it's at. Really? Dorm parties are. Why are they in these? I don't know, because it's like someone's. It's like it's really exclusive. Not everybody can go. It's limited. It's not like you're gonna meet random people. That it's safe, and you can do whatever you want. It's like you can play music, you can dance, and it's just now. Why don't people want to continue that when they get older? They want to go to the bar and they want to be able to meet other people sometimes, but really they find out what the bar is, and then they realize dorm parties are more fun, but they don't want to be seen as like a younger kid and going back to dorm parties. Is that true? I would be telling the kids if it wasn't true. Is that the end of the story? No. So I remember this. My friend like says to me in our first year, you're going to get in the university and you're going to forget about me. I said, all right. And did you? No. In fact, I remember she came over to my dorm my sophomore year a lot. But then what happened? She started dating someone. This guy from her religious organization. And did you like this guy? No. Why? Because he was way older than she. She was always an older guy, and that's fine. But as a guy, it's like you know what's on a guy's mind, and you realize that it's not like they may not have your best interests at heart. And I remember this guy was like a teacher at her religious facility, and she was a student. They didn't date then though. They dated once she got to college, so she was 18 or she was 19 actually. And I was always like, that guy wants to date me. And she's like, no, he's just like a counselor or something like that. I'm like, no, that guy wants to date me. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No, is he a bad guy? No, he was just. It was just like you could just see it from a mile. This guy wanted to date her. She's a really pretty girl, so I can see why. And were you jealous of that? No, I wasn't at all. I really wasn't. Um, Leia almost dated my friend in college. She almost did. There were a couple things that were stopping her. One, my friend had a boyfriend. Um, so Leia wasn't dating. She wasn't going to choose this guy. And also, they were both my really good friends. And that would have been, they both know it would have been really hard on me to have two really good friends date. And so I thank them for not dating. Because it would have been really difficult for me to be in the middle and things wouldn't work with me. So I didn't get to those days. Anyways, so Leia then so we hung out with my first year, my sophomore year. She started dating this older guy her sophomore year, and she disappeared. Meaning, this guy lived in California, I think, something like that. Or he moved to California, maybe moved to California, and she was with this guy a lot. And she wasn't doing a normal college thing. She was to the point where, like, I would hang out with Amy, Leia's little sister, and I'd be like, what is your sister doing? She's like, yeah, she's hanging out with, you know, and I'd be like, I know, what the heck? So my senior year, here, we're showing stuff. Sharon Stone. Sharon Stone would be like, why the hell did I ever do this? This is why you do it. Why? Because we're not watching any of your movies right now, but we'll remember this. Anyway, are you done? Is this the end of your story? So Leia was. I mean, what would you do with Leia? Leia. Leia was dating this guy, and then ended up I don't know for how long they did, but they dated her like end of her sophomore year, into her junior year, and then maybe even into her senior year. And then she started going to the bars, and I didn't go to bars, so I would hang out with her little sister. And I've never, is this true? I've never hooked up with anybody's little sister. That's right. It was very important to me. There are 3 little sisters with whom I used to hang. Out with whom I used to hang. Who were they? Amy, Parker, Kelsey, Quintet Jones, and Lord Rabbi. I never hooked up with any of them, and I always looked out for them. I always made sure that they were safe, and we still had good times together, but I never I ensured that like they were all taken care of, so to speak, but not like they were all safe, but not. I had a good time, but I've never. Have you ever dated anybody's younger sister? I never did, but you know. Have you ever even taken a girl's sister? No. I always felt it would be. Like it would destroy perhaps the relationship that I would have with the other person, or jeopardize it, and I never wanted to do that. But I did want to hang out with them. Why? Because I knew them, and so it would be like you didn't have that. You knew that they were good people and that you'd have a good time, but it wasn't going to be like you guys could have a good time, but not jeopardize your friendships and things like that. That's the end of your story. No. So my friend Leia says to me, I saw her somewhere. I don't remember where. Oh, I think I invited her over my senior year to my dorm. I was like, I wonder what she's doing. And I invited her over, and she says to me, I thought you forgot about me. I'm like, I didn't forget about you. What are you talking about? She's like, we used to hang out all the time, and then all of a sudden, it's like you no longer wanted to hang out. And I said to her, it wasn't that way at all. She said to me something like, you did what you said you wouldn't do, which is once you got here, you wouldn't just leave us. I said, what do you mean? All your friends, every single one of them from that floor, I had over at least once, and some of them many times. I had them over to the condo, I had them over to my dorm room, multiple dorm rooms. So, number one, I don't know what you're saying. Number two, you were dating this other guy. And just like when we were first year at Claire, I was like, remember I asked you out? And she was like shocked. She totally forgot about that. She's like, oh my God, I am so sorry. She even said, I am so sorry for saying that. You're right. You did invite me out a lot. I forgot I was dating that guy. And I was just trying to keep it. I was trying to she like suppress those memories or something. Not to say that the guy was a bad guy or anything, but she just had she apologized to me. She's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. You're right. You did invite me out a lot. And I'm like, I'm not going to keep inviting you out if you've got a boyfriend. I mean, that's kind of like inappropriate. If I know you're going to be hanging out with that guy, I mean, we're here. Not to say, like, I had friends who had boyfriends or girlfriends and we hang out all the time, but if you're spending all this time with this guy, why do you want to hang out with me? And she's like, oh my God, you are so right. You're right. I forgot. I did. You didn't abandon me, so to speak. I just remember she apologized. Oh, it's cool. Just don't think that I forgot about you. I forgot about the time we spent together. I forgot about any of that stuff. She's very important to me. She's one of my best girlfriends of my entire life. Is she your best girlfriend of your entire life? She's top 5. It's arguable, though. There's arguments anyway. And so she turned 30. Yeah, she got married. She's fine. Did she? I think so. I wish her the best. I remember when's the last she spoke of her? Right before graduation, and then I went to law school. Maybe might have talked a little bit. Not a lot, actually. No, we just talked. She just asked me what happened to me when I got sick. That's why. But have you ever talked to her since you know? Then her dad died, and again, we do our best to pray for that because I know that's still got to be really tough for her. Her mom's really great. I hope everything's better okay for her mom. Her mom used to sell this stuff. What was it? It was like, I don't know. It would be really big. It wasn't, what is that called? It wasn't Herbalife, but it was something like Herbalife, that it would be actually really good for you. And I don't know what it was. I never bought any of it, but your mom used to sell that kind of stuff. And is that the end of your story? You have way more. We have way better stories than that. With this well, yeah, I do. What would you do? We used to go on. I wouldn't call them dates because we didn't like each other like that, but we would hang out a lot. We would go to. We'd get milkshakes together a lot. We'd go out to dinner a lot. We would get hot chocolate a lot. We would just drive around the city a lot together and listen to music and talk about our dreams and our hopes and all those kind of things. And shout out to her brothers or her sisters. I think it's her brother. I don't know. Keith was a really nice kid. He was from I think Colorado or something, and he ended up marrying I think her older sister. Keith's a really good guy. And I remember his name. Shout out to her sister Cheryl. Shout out to her sister Amy. And they'd be a huge deal. They'd be like the first maybe like a dynasty. Anyway, is that the end of your fucking story? You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
No, but we did get in a fun talking all the time. I really think this is the best way to fix my marriage. No, I really wouldn't know. This family is like there's no psychiatrist, no therapist, no educated people of any kind. Marshall Gordon. That wasn't his first name, that was his dog. He had to keep up the horse for a year. Well, looky here. That's it. It looks great. The organ grinder was right.
How you feel, son?
Kind of scared. I'll trim, Dad. There's an extra pork chop in it for you. Just tell him to send to your dad.
According to the city, reduced speed limits have proven to save
If you think of it, bring back a pack of candles.
encourage you to remember. is woefully insufficient. I mean, they're not wrong. Oh, they're right. It will say
Well, it's pretty much what I expected. Hi, I'm DJ's mom. Lisa, nice to meet you.
There are places that do
We have lots of funny nicknames for each other.
the cars.
What do you call her?
Out for the damage being done by pedestrians running into them.
Look at my dress. Are there any colors that come close to going with the blue flower? Sorry, China doesn't good. You get to look at that front in your best. All right, well, let me take a picture of you two in case DJ don't make it back. Let me tell you, DJ, I'm not just some kid you're hanging out with. Put your arm around.
And also apparently,
Fucking him.
Okay, smile real big, DJ. I want to see them teeth. After all, this is the first picture I've taken ever since they came in. Okay, now who's driving us? David is. David? Well, Lisa, while we're waiting for David to come in, why don't you sit down and tell us a little bit about yourself? Well, I did all the honor classes. I'm president of the student council. I also played the clarinet, and I was just selected to be in the all county band. Wow, that's very impressive. DJ can make a spoon stick to his forehead.
Guys ready?
Nice meeting everybody. Man, we got so drunk and cut this family shit. Just stand there. Open the door for me like you count.
Blue Origin, there's space chairs in the rock company replacing its CEO
Sit up in the front
with
seat
a
for me.
long-time Amazon executive.
Hey, I'm so kind of scared. Train's pulling out, doofus.
Services for the current CEO of
What's that?
I don't know. But the Dark Prince takes many forms.
I like her.
No.
Eating my asparagus. Remember, now you're just biting your hands. I don't like the lawn part. I don't want grass.
You can eat whatever you want.
Hey, Sam, and I agree with her. Why do you have a plate of half-eaten asparagus?
Because we don't have a dog.
Vegetables are very important. If they weren't, we wouldn't be having them once a week. Hey, I'm gonna go to school. I never played doubles. So, just clutch it. Yes, he may marry you. Gosh, why can't we get the lake this week? I want to teach you. Well, then it's okay with us.
Roseanne, isn't there someone else you should be asking about this?
Oh, yeah. So, you want to go, right? Cool. Hey, if you start sitting around the campfire telling scary stories, change our names.
Roseanne, I'm serious about this.
Oh, yeah, all right. Yeah, so you want to take all the fight out of your guy. We want to still be able to orchestrate. Gotcha. Come on, Nate. Let's go for a walk. Okay, Al. Let's Why not?
Because she pushes him around. She's a bully.
Oh, what? So now pushing people around makes you a bully?
Roseanne, if this is one of our girls and some boy was treating her this bad, you tear that guy apart.
This is completely different, Dad. A boy starts life way up here on a throne, and a girl's down here. So if a boy's pushing a girl around, he's trying to keep her down. And if a girl's pushing a boy around, she's trying to elevate herself. Can't you see that? Boys bullying girls is a step backwards, but girls bullying boys, now that's the thing. But you guys decided about the late thing because Lisa wants to know now.
Well, I'm against it. Your mom's for it.
Oh boy, I want to go get my stick back.
I really don't see why we have to be here.
Because you need to cope with your anger. Anyone who's had as much therapy as I have knows that. Look, the anger that you take and mash down until it's all buried deep down inside you, just all.
Dude, I need power rankings. If
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 7 o'clock a.m.
if San Francisco is the number one power team, then we'll take it.
Jackie and Fred? All right, come on in. I'm Dr. Whitman. That's silly. Obviously, I'm Dr. Whitman. I'm the only one here, and the sign says Dr. Whitman, so. All right. Sit down. Can I get you something to drink? You thirsty? Are you cold? Are you warm? I can open a window. Oh,
Week
that's right,
4
I can't
power
open a window.
ranking, 7th
In my
is
old
on
office,
top.
I can open a window, but in this office, I can't open the window. Doesn't open at all. I just moved. This is new, so that's why I'm still saying I can open a window. But yes, this can be babbling on and on and on. I guess if you get warm, I could break a window. Oh, I'm just kidding about breaking the window. Anywho, if it's okay with you, I would like to report the session. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, great.
New Jersey
I like
Senator
Clinton tapes for my friends.
pushed back against allegations of corruption and bribery.
Kidding again. Okie dokie. Why don't we get started with each of you stating what you think the problems with the marriage are?
Menendez was federally indicted last week for allegedly using his power to help increase aid to Egypt
I don't know what
in
to say.
exchange for mortgage payments, bars of gold, and local costs.
Discuss that with you.
There's a perfectly good explanation for what was found in his
Put
home
down your
during a raid
shield,
by the
Fred.
FBI. He said the nearly $500,000 in cash found in his home was
That's
from
not possible at all.
personal
That was
savings,
very
not
well said. Okay, because
investments.
sometimes I can get started and then, woo!
All right,
Back to you, Fred.
thousands of people rushed
Well, I
across
guess
into
probably
Armenia.
Jackie and I could have
Efforts
some
of the
kind of
seven
communication
people
problem.
died from injuries. 13 bodies were found. Armenia's government says more than 13,500 people have fled across the border since Azerbaijan's military
Well,
operation.
not gonna need two tapes on you, am I, Slugger?
Hunter
Hey,
Biden
Jackie, what do you
suing
think the problems
Trump
are?
lawyer Rudy
Not much.
Giuliani.
We have to see, I guess, that it does bother me a little bit. Fred always likes things to be
analyzing, tampering with, manipulating, and altering the data.
okay, Fred, it's all things, all the time, all things.
Total annihilation of Hunter
Everything
Biden.
we do, everything we eat,
He's
every
given 4
TV show
months
that
of
we
the
watch,
lawsuit since
you say
Giuliani
no
and
tapes, no.
co-defendants violated
It'd be
federal
right.
and
You don't
state
have to be saying tapes,
anti-trafficking laws.
tapes.
I
just wanna Fred on back the car, drive around for a little bit. You know, because that would be different. That would be something new. But what really bothers me is this man's, this Fred's calm, polite. I'm not a bit angry. I'm just sitting here on the couch with my legs crossed wearing this shirt. But anybody can see that inside the man is seething with rage. Fred?
Oh, gee. I don't know.
Hours later, he was listed as one of the top 5
think there's something
selling
wrong with the
NFL
shirt?
players with a 400% increase in jersey sales.
Oh my.
It happened as
My,
one
what? I think he's
of
hopeless. No,
possible romance.
the tape wasn't recording the entire
Well,
time.
since the first version of the two, on the phone at the Chicago. So when they had to wait until late in their game against the Cincinnati Bengals to
There we
finally
go.
score
All right.
a touchdown.
Now, would you mind starting again? From the beginning. Yeah, something about Fred wanting to.
Down of week 3 for the Rams.
But it was too late, and the Rams won 19-16. In baseball, the Eagles fell to the Texas Rangers to score 5-1. Game 2 today with Reed Kettler's on the mound. The Dodgers are back with a doubleheader at the Colorado Rockies. There's an early game at noon, a second game at 5:40. That second game shows Bobby Miller penciled in to start. No word on that first game starter. Listen live from the Southern Motors broadcast booth on the iHeartRadio app. After morning clouds. In the 70s east, also about 90 in Valley, low 90s for the IE, 80 in the Emerald Valley, some of the sunny and tomorrow highs, and also some mix today, although it'll be a couple degrees warmer for the inland area. And then we'll go back down into the 70s for the weekend with a slight strength Saturday. 58 in Orange, 59 Manhattan Beach, 48 in Pontiac, 58 in Beverly Hills. Fairfax Financial Report sponsored by the Toby Myers and Jury Attorney. The Dow trading down 184 points. The Nasdaq is up 156. S&P 500 down 37. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Look at Toby Myers now. Just 6 years since 1972. Your magical 2-1-32.
Something about dragging me in the back of the car. That's what you would think if I wouldn't recognize the voice. Okay, here we go in the back. I just sat there and almost like a deer caught in headlights. Chicago and I didn't have the money to get married.
What? You went to Chicago?
The bus company wanted to ride back free. They made him wait at the station while they called me and waited for Mark to come pick him up.
Why would you go listen to me? What do you mean she made you? She made me. I don't see who she is. You say man, you know how I am too. Now you go in there and kiss that TV goodbye.
How long have you been spending with the women? Years or so long, because we introduced her 2 times a day.
Hey, I'm not going down here.
They are decades, in fact, there's no people do
Look, man,
things
come on,
and
now let's just step backwards.
Well, I don't know that, but you know, she was. Yeah, idiot. I can't believe that little girl was manipulated, but that's it. I am not saying that you and don't respect each other. I am saying that it's objectively great. I see how you would appear. Well, DJ's smart enough to know things aren't the way they look. He's all stupid, Jackie. What?
Oh, I'm just waiting to hear you say you might be right, Jackie.
I'm waiting for perfect air.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go show DJ what terrible things would happen to him in a great big city like Chicago.
Don't you think that you can dance and talk to the women about everything?
Oh, I was listening, but then I stopped talking and it all got really boring.
into more homeless services. And a proposal was made that appeals to meet the demands of the judge for the partner with two judges involved in homelessness in federal and it's been all over. And so the county has agreed to provide an additional 3,000 beds. Now, this is very small to do. The initial one was to set it up so that it would fully fund it. And that comes tenfold to 1,000 beds. Boy, that's a big money. So the process on the U.S. Supreme Judge said that Carter was there, and so what happened is they just don't go around and so forth. The county up to 1,000 beds in April, and Texas nationally postponed. We didn't give you this phone that you could get the price. And what Carter has done is rely exclusively on a report from the Department of Mental Health that Jonathan Cherry says LA County needs 3,000 additional beds to meet the need. And Carter, who doesn't trust anybody, says part of this deal is he is going to nominate a retired judge as a monitor to ensure compliance. This was 3 years ago. There's a group yelling around for human rights.
I got a great idea this time for something different. He's got swans.
It's true. Now, imagine this. You've got advocates for the homeless.
What are you doing? Well, man, that was my little bit on her.
And you have the advocate for in some place.
Hey, Picker, she can leave.
What your mom needs is to know where to keep
She tells me so.
So that is to tell you 3,000 beds by the end of 2026. The county said that it is predicted to create 1,000 new mental health and substance abuse beds and finding more than 4,000. It would have cost $150 million.
That's the way I want it.
To $2.5 billion bill for 3,000. Okay. It's like we got this year, total of 1,200 by the end of this year, 1,800 by the end of the following year, and 3,000 by the end of 2026. 3 years
Last
from now,
month, your mom wanted to tune in the truck, but did something I like to do, so I said, no way.
And giving it is so good.
But as I said, no.
Boy, that's something to keep us
There is an answer to homeless, and that is to find ungodly amounts of money, and it's the question of priorities. Where you live, where we spend the money. And the homeless crisis, it's certain people that for the deal, and there's always there, but the mission of it is within the last few years has not been it is been very much.
See, Angel is a strong woman.
Right? What's the answer?
It's a joy for her.
You need to Yemen, which is a better place to live than in Saudi Arabia.
That could also be a very strong man.
Okay. I'll go this way. The way young adults are working is driving people that are people of my generation who are another chapter of where we come to and how far we come
We make a heck of a couple.
Senate State Republicans defeat the second time this term, more than a quarter of the population in Alabama is black. These guys have full pressure on the crew to check these hits on your phone.
Do you have any ideas about what the politics
Didn't they come thought out? Is that really true? I don't know. You can talk about that nail before tonight. Something that's dead. I was like playing God. Yes, they were asking me that. Like, why else would you go to Clark haircut? What, you want to go see him? I'll play. I followed this from the beginning. I know the second I leave this file, I'm very Alright, Mom, I'll go with you. But this time I pay like you and the exit door. Go along with you. Me and Ken can take a shower and put on underwear. Go ask David. Too much history there would be weird. You live really go with David. This fucking red is like lost touch with the guys I did. That's a thing. I just think David and I can have friendly relationship. Well, then, you know, you're going to play something good. I always say I like to be friendly, but I just don't have to monster. For example, last week I, by myself, she's got to be comfortable. On the other hand, they're not getting any younger.
Live video pause. Wanna hear live video pause now? Live video pause, live video pause. Live video pause is checking. Live video pause is checking. Live video pause is checking.
If I ever get up off this couch, I'll be unstuck. What are you doing? Hey, well, you don't live here anymore. You gotta know before you come in. But if you came in here nice and naked, and I was using that needle nose pliers. Well, Becky don't live here anymore either. You gotta know before you just come in.
And we are seeing changes so we are seeing what I would describe as massive major changes in humanity over the next few years. The study of the real
Oh, it's you. Well, that's really rude to show up less than an hour. Why don't you go over to your house and call me up on the phone, and then maybe I'll let you in.
all within a while. But I got it when I was years old, I was 10 years old. And I said, you are the first generation that
Well, that's my computer household.
it's not learning about them, it's just you grow.
You and David got in here late last night. He scrapes my feet at night. Out of my team. Well, in that case, I should tell you that all the other girls always make fun of your clothes. Smell it, darling, or I'm going to make you go with me to see the movie now. Alright. Keith and I think I'm nice things later, but I have to back you guys.
photo
natural,
with
you know?
photo.
It's like the guys that go out to school and they always try to say something witty and then they expect you to pull out.
And we were talking about how this light works. And it's not like remotely we would sort of change everything. It's actually the way we and our kids, assuming we have young adults,
Thanks.
at home,
And
with
thanks
other
for putting
people
it.
in home, with their kids sitting at home. I did the same because I was left my girlfriend and my kids was a young
No, don't hang that up. I'm gonna fix the call.
anytime I listen to that, and I'm sure that my girlfriend, the guy I've been with for a long time, I went back to listen to my mother and father. And let me tell you what happens when you go out and introduce someone and say, hi, I'm Mark Patrick.
Oh, really?
I'm a lawyer.
What, you and Darlene
And
gonna go
by the way,
see
I'm
another
with
movie?
mom and dad. Let me tell you,
Yeah, why don't we?
No,
I guarantee you there was not much action coming up here. The point is, today, people living home in their 30s, it's just a different life. It's a whole different way of looking at things. It's the cost of education. This used to be recently expensive when I went to college, when I was a kid, and it wasn't prohibitive, it wasn't crazy, it was in hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it is today. To the point where you're spending in your own school. We used to have a shop. In high school, you would learn your skill.
Not your
There were other things. Classes. You could get art. You could get music stuff. Where every year teacher would go through at least one or two things that was mandatory for the woodshop teachers. You know, you couldn't get a job as a woodshop teacher in our municipality. That's usually you couldn't think during the course of your woodworking career. That was mandatory. Here, it doesn't matter. Today, there are teachers with fingers that are missing, and we don't know why they're missing.
Darlene still loves me. Makes my God go. And now Dave's gonna leave for some other girl Darlene really wears. I thought it's kind of my fault. I don't know what to do about it.
If you leave this room now, you're having sex.
Why do you always need me to tell you not to get involved right before you get involved? Stop setting them up. Does it make it any more fun?
I shouldn't get involved. I just wish it was God was making that together or not. But he has so much, man, and all I have is this kind of thing. With a diner.
and the way our kids look at
Maybe it'd be better if they didn't get together. I mean, David's doing great. Darlene's a little bit in Chicago. Maybe she shouldn't be tied down to someone here. Why are you so intent on getting them together?
I love David. No new people.
I'll say this, but if David's dating other people, he's probably not interested, Darlene.
David, come in here. See, I wonder why you keep bringing her up. Hey, okay, if you don't want to talk about this, David, but you really don't have to plan all this campaign. So obvious. Didn't you see the big movie look on his face when he's talking about her? That's the same look you make every year when the big trip comes back.
what you need. Now it is time to avoid the federal exposure with this only plan for a top measure. It was last in time and chief officers funded past Saturday's day. The Oregon Board of Supervisors is expected to declare today a vote of James R. today in the county. Bankers and conflicts actually nominated to fund in standing voters and the country is named Ohio Florida from East LA in 1947, graduated from Montebello High School in 64, and got a degree in sociology and criminal justice.
Damn this lousy board. Wow, he likes you. Well, gosh, I guess I better go back on the pill. Trust me. But he's not going to do it. You're the one that's going to have to do it. He's a guy. See, in guys, can't talk about their humor. There's just mostly like a big torpedo fat there. And that's I wanted to buy a bag for very last, but I never spoke up. The result, appreciate it. Or you know what, you don't, but what happens is you're going to regret it for the rest of your life. I know I'm here, but I lied. Okay, well, I didn't make your final decision. So all I'm left now is just to find a comfortable chair and pick up left. I'm putting on my clothes. Get ready for the next one. David, Just shut up and listen for a minute. I need a pen. I still have love. And I lost my kid. I guess you could be complaining more than complaining over poetry. I just had to tell you because I didn't ask you not to tell you, but there's a chance that I don't like okay, fine.
Just get me root doctors, and I wanted to talk to you all about your Rabbi, baby. No, it's not that. It's just that Rosita's pregnant. No, see, the problem is Rosita's still pregnant, and she will be for another couple of months.
When the hell are we gonna get inside?
She's not really happy about it. Sit down, Mark. Now, Mrs. Connor is going through something called nesting. See, pregnant women always want to make their homes as comfortable as possible for the new baby.
Alright, I got jobs for you people. Do what you're told, you won't get hurt.
Well, in Mrs. Connor's case, her role is mostly supervising.
So we need to fix this place up for the new baby. It's a pigsty. This baby is just a four-star company. Shut up, man. Alright, I'm on Chris Lowe's and every window mark. That's for you. Green on one end and colored on the other. And this yellow paper, Becky, you're really gonna know where I'm supposed to make sure. Becky and Dusty, that's good for you. Because I don't care about Becky being Dusty. And then we need some healthy soup for your fruits and vegetables, junky next week. Got it? And you might as well pick me up some instructions on how to cook those things. And then I want the whole place to smell better. Dad, you got a registered letter. Oh my God, no, Dad, not any bad news, not now.
We can open this letter. Probably just by saying you can lock it anyway. Whatever it is, baby, we'll get through together. All right, you figure out of it.
Sleeping sick to be a to pay out for it.
That's so much power.
It is, man, and I am ready for it. So guess what? You make it now. You're going to see Brian Thomas spinning plates in Vegas. It's just I see two of them. That's right. Well, you gotta ask all this stuff. Well, the advertisers not only like to know how many people watch certain programs, but also what type. And what type of people are we? Oh, you're a fine type of people. Like many of the people from this type of neighborhood. Large households, required education. He's calling us stupid. Dan, he's calling us stupid. We don't think of any of our viewers as stupid. If there's a problem, we can just call us stupid. No, I want to be a Nelson family. Our whole lives have been Thank you so much for participating. If you have any questions, there's an 800 number behind the box that gets you. And we know what it means. Anyway, just go on through what you play, watch TV like you.
Meetings all the time. It's a drug. I'm John. Down to be on the 6th of culture.
People that Dan, they think we're dumb kids. They just want to hook up some poor, uneducated squad so the country has something to like remember when it's called video gone.
One of the greatest of these
They want to make sure that people like us walk and crap like tractor pulls and Jerry Springer, you know? So the advertisers sell us all this stuff that we don't really need. And then they take our money, they give us these right-wing Washington politicians that cut school lunches and all these other factors, you know, to make sure that people like us have no choice but to stay with people like us. And who the hell wants to be us?
You always watch Montel.
No, we are not going to watch nothing but PBS, Discovery Channel, and that other program. We'll show that. I understand. We got news on every day. That's it. I'll tell you what. $5 on the win. I don't like to bet on these things. I'll take the big one. So, finding combos, that's no fun.
when I watch your post. Come on, Rosie, the guys are going to be over here soon and they all want to watch the playoff.
What are you talking about? This is the
And they're right back. Keep your head down. Trailers, for God's sake, guys! Protect against yawn. Fixed.
All right, good. He's standing out for the turn on the game. So I'm prepared for Chrissy dancing.
Hey, it's not just for you, Dan. I want better environment for our kids. Look at the other three kids we got off of watching WrestleMania. Do we really have anything to lose?
Fine. When the kid's 6, we'll start watching the Brady Crib. I happen to know that kids 5 and under enjoy the same programs as me.
No, Dan.
But your eyes, they say. My dad, your eyes say that too.
If you want to watch the game, go over to friends. But don't blame me if we grow apart intellectually.
You know how it can be. I'm just being nice with an understanding.
I guess that honeymoon is never going to
He doesn't want a bunch of people in his house touching his things, you know. He's something there.
Sex in the City, that's hilarious.
I'll call the guys from friends. Get you guys some ladies. I'm off to spend time with adoptees.
Renamed all three children.
One like a hog. But have you heard that?
Michael Jordan played basketball, but what about Michael Fly from Yale?
Time quicker than I left.
So much for that family of pigs. Hello, this is really busy for the right shop. You know, since I've redecorated, I was going to offer you my old selfie. Oh, that would be great. But maybe I should. Perhaps that's the kind of thing you find annoying. Not annoying, Mom, when you're giving us no, I don't even tell you to come to me to let me.
If you don't want it up, donate to my theater group and you're in Canada.
Just as easily for yourself.
She's right. I'm not here to just and I want to make her work in a nice house. Or at least our house with nice stuff in it. Or at least our house with crappy stuff in it and one nice couch.
Every time we get a new baby, Becky wanted the wallpaper. Darlene, you wanted to get rid of her. DJ, you wanted to get rid of her.
You know, most of them.
You don't want to take this couch. It's the best. Spend an opportunity at 10,000.
She's eaten dinner here all the time. And one of them times we shrimp, so she owes us. Okay, Mom, I'm back to the house. I ain't gross you. No, we're all gonna eat in the living room with the family. Peanut butter and you watching PBS again? Yeah, but look up the documentary on beer. Oh, watch that. English. You're making me hate TV. Hey, don't you ever say that, not even in jest. All right, fine, go along. You know what later in your life you in hearts and love. I'll stop you. No, I'll go right back. In case she does come over, don't tell her about the friend meeting. All right. Let's talk about feelings and boundaries and validations. That's what we learned. Brent needs me to wash the dishes before they go in the dishwasher because his sister threw his tricycle in the gully. Now, just forget about there and all your problems at home. There is not a man alive, man who loves me, right from the moment.
Rosie, we got it. Yes, what do you want?
Oh, but see, Bell's on the Madison? No, in the same place the other house was.
Oh, it looks great. Surprisingly comfortable for
That's
something you
crazy,
barely
man.
had.
That's what we said for you.
You know what? I'm going to take a look. I am going to go give that romantic dinner idea. Any suggestions on what I should wear?
Are you listening when I told you?
Looks like everyone's gone. Just me and you. Question about Pillsbury's. Join me, man.
Oh, like we said.
Many miles away from me, and it makes me love this city.
No, I don't. It reminds me of Mom. It looks like Mom and building on snowing when she's like sitting on Mom.
I think you'd like that. You kidding?
Word it, you can. Yeah, you can. It's not so bad. First thing about these bricks with holy water on it.
Rosie, you gotta calm down. Obviously, it's a horror.
And now it's fucking horrible. Okay, it is a bad song. And now I know my mom with the plastic covers on it to keep the evil friends.
Smell like family in no time.
That isn't my horrible.
Roger's a big kid. $3 adjustment for me, and I'm just $10 in the
Also,
Go to any nation,
anything
man.
for this until I get
After I spend the day crawling to my mother, trying to save my sister's marriage, and haul around your overgrown fetus inside my body. That was my hormone.
artificial intelligence, that's driving cars, and that is just around the corner. You really need the focus on it. You have to go there, or the big or the artificial intelligence goes and it just takes off someplace. Maybe you have a great week, maybe there's a link, or one car vending machine, you see those buildings, it's just terrific. I mean, it's really, really changing so dramatically that buildings of the future are going to not look anything like buildings of today. They're the opposite they look today. And we're getting to the goals that we were contemplating in December. They were always there. I used to have an office here today. I'll tell you what happened. Disappeared a couple of years ago. And we did a remodel. So now I have super it's like share with 30 other people. They really have spent a lot of money on office space real estate. So that has changed. We know the amount of time on this work has changed. But now, what you're going to see in the next few years is that cars will be driving themselves with the drop off the top. There'll be charging stations virtually everywhere. The building here will have many charging stations, but it's priced at a couple, which cost an utter fortune to charge. They may make more money on the two chargers on P1, the level P1. There's two chargers there. They may make more money on those two chargers than the rent they get in the entire day. It's not expensive to charge. And so, in terms of your house,
I'm watching the back play that balance just beside me.
Although I want to disagree with this. Morgan's in the 12, 3 times. Duke is in the 4, 8 times. Hawk is in the hot time.
That's one thing about the Clintons. No matter how much money they got, the big house, the fancy tech, the cement one, they still love a good gossip. True to their roots. All of them, they're having to build on the marathon. Channel 10 is rerunning the Barnaby Jones. Yeah. Now I understand why Granny made you feel for that little cabin out the back. All that new stuff we got in and then fancy channels we're trying to watch now. I just don't think I can change that classic lifestyle all at once.
PBS take the place of lifestyle.
I mean, I thought it would be cool to change the we're white trash, but we'll stay white trash to the day they haul us out to the curb.
I'm watching it change. Part of the reason I love it is because you get along. Like that old saying, I own something.
That ain't Shakespeare, is it? You have been watching PBS. What makes this smell better? That up the lawn and sit and walk.
Most folks around here don't have a self-mother for the lawn. They're going up here for iPhone for IEA.
Daddy, now eating RBS.
There's something hot down there, guys.
Possums
include journalists emergency rules and manuals and possible settlements. Where we can Orange County has suspended adult sales of beer for educational costs, and journalists have their commentary open for the first time in more than 25 years.
Because the new 80-acre cemetery in Gibson Canyon will be next to the first veteran cemetery for Orange County. In Orange County, Gordon Carson for County.
Hey, will go for local charities and assistance for those who have needs. Another $20 million will go to help the legal team. The Big Island sued JP Morgan last year, saying this investigation found the bank enabled Epstein's recruiters to steal girls to trade in sex trafficking. The world versus modern Hindu temple outside India. They were supposed to open a new temple
I'm delighted that you're going to be here while some of Bob stuck here in Lanford and Shenandoah, Florida. Translation of no, this is my first
Rabbi. The woman sitting in the chair. Crying with the big eyes. When you're on the way to Florida, this is kind of stuff up.
No way! You're not working on that fix. Leave that check holding it for you. You're gonna drag it out and work on it everywhere.
But during my spare time,
You get rid of it.
Good morning to you. We got a lot to cover today.
Yeah, and what's it going to cost by the time it's finished? And you better figure that in bananas because by that time, Edson will be running the world.
everything else I need to know,
There's another one on the way, and absolutely no savings. I could probably think of a better way to spend $1,000. Like you give me $1,000.
And so this is what I use for a long time because it's really old, older computers, internet computers, and so they said, you know what, I'm just to do it as a member of the system. This is something you get probably not many people use it, and so they are retiring this basic HTML view in January 2026. So I recommend if you have Gmail, if you want to take a look at my lane, go to gmail.com. They're right in the center. They say Lowe's basic HTML view. If you can even click it fast enough, you can see that you are used to this. given. Well, I think that there is more modern. I think that computer, obviously, we might have been able to put on it, so spend a lot of time making sure it's really good. But they don't have a sort of 24-hour allowance to really like a flagship thing anymore, and for Yahoo now, so you put some effort into it, for sure. I think Yahoo now, I think, the other thing is, I'm getting one probably this week. The new phone, or the iPhone, and people are already complaining about it. What's going on with it? What's that? Because, anytime there is the internet and a new product, people are going to be complaining. So people are saying that the iPhone 16, well, people can tell you, number one, the sound on iOS 17 has changed, and so a lot of people are complaining about the ringer and the notifications, the sound is loud, you can't customize them as much anymore. So that's one thing. The second thing is that everyone is saying that a lot of people are saying that the iPhone is getting really hot. The iPhone 16, I have not experienced that with my review unit, and I've used it a lot. But a lot of people are saying that confidence, and the third aspect of it is, we talked about Apple doing away with leather, they're now using something that's common woven, and people are saying that the common knit is it's soft and easy, it's not high quality, it doesn't look good after a couple of minutes of use, the paper just aren't as high quality as leather, and so a whole bunch of complaints circulating around all the Apple stuff right now. I'm getting another post from the US that obviously it's not the ring thing. I love the ring thing, obviously, but one hot, I would think that's a good thing. Yeah, the ring hot thing is concerning because that can slow down your phone, it can slow down the life, or it can affect the life of the battery, the phone itself. So hopefully, this is Apple, they do a lot of software. I hope that they will put out a software update to fix some of these things. I think they will fix the notification issue, because I was going through some of the things yesterday, and they're really, really fast.
I've been putting it on.
The situation, yeah, I think that should be fixed with software as well. Something's wrong with Pinterest. And the other thing, in addition to it's not as loud as a ring phone, I'm sorry for anybody running a car to wear a mask. My concern is going through the alarms last night, set mine off, and the one I use in the morning sounds like a horror movie. So I don't know, maybe after I wake up and you're right over your bed, I don't have a nice thing. I hope you.
I don't believe it.
All right, we're gonna come back and you can expect me. I'll have to tell you this is right here Saturday.
I should know better than to
And
say
you can take so we're gonna come back. Yeah,
Last night, Mr. Powell has people romantic like
and weekend on the two. Weekend is something real fun.
I'll use those pigtails to steer while I ride your hillbilly ass all over this island.
I couldn't find the face. What's going on, Gilligan?
We're organized, if they say a tight rope, apparently in my house, they can break us into
Listen. Hey, I was in a lot of states with AIDS or Ebola, but I'm not going near you.
Someone say touch.
Yeah, that is exactly what they said. Any minute now, the island will be hit by a gigantic bridge.
What are the odds of losing this island? The volcano's going to finish us off first.
12 o'clock, man. I want a 90.
Volcanoes erupting, and it's only a matter of minutes.
Things couldn't get any worse. Well, this weekend's win. I just heard on the radio this book is my life story. 4 words. Andy Dillon is generous. Hey, so question. Your registration will sample like everything. I can do one for your trust me, I've done it before. I'll give you one simple I'm going to die like this. I'm going to give you a whole minute and try. That's the same thing you said about no face in that. DJ, you baby, and the rest.
Smash it up. Leave it on the curb.
No, don't smash it up. Just leave it out there and hope for fire. Well, here. Well, on the coffee with cream and the turkey. I'll let your phone work your phone pizzas. Does your love for cheese know no bounds? Darn. Stupid idea. We're using the I mean, everybody knows that marijuana is a well-known fact that people who brands hate people blend. And he's playing on backpack. He doesn't even own a backpack. That's cool, darling. Your father and I went to Las Vegas with just empty bags and we were around. Not good. That's totally embarrassing. He looks like an idiot. You would prefer that he did this instead of go to Europe? All of our friends, they don't care. Well, you gotta give the guy his dreams, then he won't notice that he controls reality.
Once I'm brought into the sequence, something will play by the buried treasure.
Only if you're ever worried for 3 hours. Hey, Jackie! What's going on out there? Where are you? What's taking you so long? So I'm glad you let Daniel keep working on us for the rest of the time. I mean, how much trouble can you get into on a boat? She isn't into that. This family sucks. What's wrong, darling? I thought you were pretty happy now that David's not gone. Oh, poor Jackie ain't shit. Hi, David. Sherwood Schwartz? If it were a pie, I'd eat it. Thanks. Oh, yeah? You're fired. Give me the guy who wrote the Brady Bunch. Great. You're hired again. Welcome aboard.
And this one.
I don't know how many voices they have on there, but if you want something like that, okay, there's a couple things. 11 Labs is incredible and very funny. So, I'm not kidding.
It's real funny. I know.
Quality that they're outputting is like, well, I'm not kidding, you could probably do your entire show, and half the people won't realize that it's not actually you. And by the way, half an hour, I mean, they give you the price. Typically, they give you a whole bunch of stuff for reading. So here's like, let's just say, for me, I do have a voiceover, like a minute video on Instagram. I may be able to in the future, but literally, I got with my script. It will sound just like it's getting the information better. It's getting the problem is a lot of the stuff sounds flat. And so it's just like a voice that's reading. And it doesn't really understand how it's human and flex and how to get excited and maybe a little bit down. And so that is what they are now in this thing, and it just continues to grow.
Usually all that stuff needs a lot of ventilation. Sticks all the way down to the bottom.
Then I produce a segment live, just by recording the prompts and typing in the topic. You can just do twofold. You can send agency would just come up with surveillance stuff. And then sometimes you just pop into the 11-watt voice generator, just use the code of yourself, and now it's locked. And then people are also using the next thing and YouTube is video. So you can type in a script.
Oh, really? Well, is it my swollen ankles that you like, or my varicose veins? Maybe they appeal to your side, huh? Or maybe it's my haggard facial lack of sleep. I think real cushion area is beautiful strong.
Thank you, Mr. Carter, for talking us in. I keep Darlene volunteering to help. How about you?
Yo, wait, I'm moving across the line. I'm never looking back. No, why you now? I'm gonna notice.
Well, at least tell your sisters to hurry up with that drop cloth.
The pregnancy hormones get you all sentimental. The nursery's really small.
Oh, wow.
I gotta get going now. I have officially returned all baby clothes. Where's the rest of the stuff? Now my baby has no father. Now you want to take away his bed? All right, fine.
See, I don't need one of those. I'll just use that booster seat I smoked for pills. That is a trucking shop. Yeah, well, unless the jogger comes with it, I don't know. It's a big one. That money I could wire you igers.
They're so fancy, you know, the Hamptons.
The Shenandoah. Might be one called I Need a Cheap Replacement for My Sister's Phone.
Every next to one phone would be Indian.
And
here we are, we're shopping, we're having fun. You would say.
Well, we turned up I have my baby stuck inside me. Can you help me with that? I'll take care of
Well, listen, if you need any help or you want to register your baby shower,
Oh, no, no baby shower. I'm happy they're having a baby. I'm only happy this baby didn't have more plane down the road.
I know you really need to car. Maybe I'll check that for you. Lenient is your 30 days for sure.
And I'm gonna hope so. Name's Connor. Okay, let me go. All those babies. You should have me, bud.
I thought I was supposed to be more. This is gonna be great. Hey, look, they made a mistake. They put me in the dumbass.
Oh, please, DJ, I'm not going to have fun. I'll switch places. You're backwards. Sitting up the middle. Where the hell have you been?
Why is everyone saying that to me?
Hey, man, why is this my first day at my school trying to get stabbed?
Darlene, what are you telling him?
Yeah!
No one's gonna want to come near him after they're holding naked on arms. Hey, sorry I got held up. I thought you got the nursery finished. Wow! You got the whole thing done? That's not what I said. I said I'm finished.
Very used to laying on your back. Why don't you start concealing? Hey, you volunteered us to do this, not me. I didn't mail you like a random mom. She did that for a long thing. She told me she loved me. Haven't developed a defense for that yet.
How far along are you?
Call me Ishmael.
Darlene, this isn't about you.
Look, I'm not gonna get involved in anything that's gonna hurt you. That's why I'm so anti-alcohol.
Admit that you don't care about anyone but yourself.
Don't start with me, Lon. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, well, you know, you're giving me a sign. You guys will not be a patient.
Shower.
You know, you can show me a blood and shower where you want to call it. Let's get that up before we move on. Here you go. Tips again. There's 6,000 people on across the world. Yeah, see, they don't know. They don't know me. For my wedding, I'm getting a great bottle of wine from Spiral Avenue. No, what's about it? You two are ignorant. Remember all the times I made you pudding? Okay, whatever. What? Well,
Wow. Nice job, David.
Thanks. Hey, I know this guy Shadow was on this idea, but I think it's great. Why shouldn't women have all the fun? Men like babies.
We're not animals.
Yeah. Now, I called all the guys' wives and got them to go to baby pictures. See, I thought it would be fun if we tried to match the guys' pictures to their time cards. Isn't that fun?
You don't hang out with a lot of mechanics, do you?
Hey, guys, did you want to play for some
No, you don't. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, we all chipped in.
Well, better get back to work. Yeah, don't pay us to stay around, right?
Our present short, hold up on those reports. Look at this place. Oh, Becky and Darlene did a great job. Hello, Jackie. That's my other daughter, the one that told us about. These women are figure. They're constructs. The great thing is, we're senile, so we can hit them up for credits twice. Online fans and somebody never knows in one quote. Well, can I pick the word? Hi. Sorry about your husband. And the odds. Hi. Sorry about your husband. Why do you some home out there? Yeah, I've been watching. It's good. Thank you, Darlene. I got you. You're the one that wanted all this fancy stuff. Said to me I just got a 50-pound bag of old paper chow. Okay, Darlene, you got your revenge for being stupiders. The least you could do is take this stuff off your foot. It's not enough that I pretended to walk. Hey, come on, we need to get to the part where I open up the old lady's gifts. One of them could die and then the present be ripped up for both. What do you got there? Stuff my purse. That's pretty good. Thanks. I made the mushrooms. There's no I in team, Becky.
You know, I just want to say something. I know that you got broken into. I want you to help happen.
And this master's father was the OR-15.
It's so great how you guys are doing this.
This actually manufactured, they had the
It makes me feel like I can celebrate with them.
and the owner, this site, once said,
Yeah,
I could never
it's
tell
hard.
the site. There's so many people with a negative view.
Hey, you guys, so much special stuff on here.
As President George W. Bush's chief main fundraiser. After the media found out he made AR-15s, and the story just exploded. And there was so much negative press that
Well, I probably found the best way to make the punches to
and then
put in a part number of the punch and add another part number.
Guess what they did?
Limited by your imagination, you be judged on neatness and originality. Now replacement time. Hey, that looks like a different Oh, no, man. I made my fifth. That's I love you. What is it? It's addiction. It's love. Hey, come on, one of my kids. Thanks, I chewed up the croutons myself. My children are all doing very well in this time. No, you certainly came all the right place. In honor of our baby, a tree has been planted in Israel. The world's last surviving Confederate widow wants another grave.
Here's the receipt of this one.
It's called unwrapping your gift. Everybody gets a gift that they can keep and unwrap and make two piles. This pile here put the storage where you buy the closest to the house, and the one's farthest away put over there. Look at the fuel. Ain't that the world done with the mushrooms? Start buying a set potato, baby. I'm sick of your crap. You get downstairs and do something. No, you're the one that wants to be the perfect daughter, so you go downstairs and serve mushrooms and paint the nursery and everything. And then paint the perfect rooms. Hey, I'm not trying to be the perfect daughter, okay? I'm trying to be a decent human being. You are ultimately ass. You get down there now. I said go, son of a hell. You You're over there. Welcome to shut the hell up. What's got into you guys? I can't believe you're back to the whole fighting thing and you don't stick around. Wow. Anymore. I have a child inside me who really is a child. You guys can't keep fighting like you're 12 years old. Oh, really?
Hey, how do you push out like she just fell?
Darlene, if you're finding you don't remember the stuff I used to say.
Darlene, stop acting like such a smart mouth little brat. And then just stop acting like a mother. You two can't get along, I'll lock you in your room and take each other. I don't want to hear none of you like either one of you girls love her.
You guys know that I'm always going to be your mom. Now, I'm only going to do that if you have 19 or 21-year-old problem. You're going to go put all the little girl crap
So come on, early and roll the drums. Jackie told me Ricky and Darlene were right.
Let's go count a balloon.
Alright, you heard her. Last applause.
Look, man, you can't get so much taller. Well, it doesn't say anything about fondue.
That was the first time we saw morphing ever. Everybody thought that was really cool. She gets crazy, man. Hers gets crazy. I think it's gonna be done here, and then here you think it's done? Okay.
Glorious having it took me all morning to when did you just yeah. Good quality fabrics since the war. Well, I guess for me it's
Check it out.
Send me a pen there, mustache line.
There I am. Pretty nice shot.
Yeah, well, you're just kind of set like a lump in your chin.
Just like in high school yearbook. See what other action poses he's got me in. Sure, there must be some others. He was supposed to capture the essence of the subject.
Well, now, here you are in your chair with a beer and a cup
The silly things me. He's got two pictures of the mailman here.
Well, yeah, well, the mailman has two sides, you know? Here he is, he waits for the mail, and then here he is, picking up the mail.
Not funny. You get victimized now.
Well, I do something about it. What is it like? Harry taking it out for you, Dad? Spend time with him.
Yeah. Spend some time with the lawyer. Show him I'm every bit as complex as real man. I mean, what boy wouldn't want to learn what it's all about? Spending the afternoon here. old ball around a little bit. Thought it showed DJ what made the old man or T-ball stick. So there's a ball there about to shuffle. Show you how to throw a football.
And you're ready.
Yes, it'll be fun.
Why did you do me again?
You gave him Oreos. Not like this, but he asked you not to feed him any junk food.
Hey, spit, swear, name it me. You will not come in my house and refer to Oreos as junk food.
Are you serious? You feed the child and somebody just feed me.
Well, I wasn't never raised a kid, and I lived with somebody who was raised me. I feel pretty damn good about it.
How I don't.
Hey, you're getting it back alive, and that wasn't even on your list.
I don't care about being alive.
Calm down, Jen. Yes, you separate that. Give my
Maybe that's the reason your kids turned out the way they did.
what the hell's wrong with my kid?
Nothing. And you're trying to reverse the process of evolution.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, maybe you just shouldn't bring your kid around right.
Maybe that is fine with me. Maybe I don't want my kid turning out the way yours did. Smart ass high school dropout. Trailer trash. Dark clothes wearing. Boyfriend's in the basement. Too soon and sex ruining. 4-letter wording. Hoodlum Oreo eaters. What you want? You are the
How you living, baby?
I've got this voice that carries. Come on, guys, you gotta know. Right? Guys. You really hurt us. I didn't even hurt you. I meant to hurt you. Oh yeah, but you're taking something really beautiful like a regular mom and trying to cut something up. So I can really get out of that zone. You can still do it. I don't know how you can be okay with that. Becky, say no more. I'm gonna take up your shit now. You two get out of here. Don't have some fun. Fine, but you're gonna have tits. Yeah, that'll make the back for okay. I love you guys.
Hi, Daddy Food is now 9 o'clock a.m.
No.
This is the hub of the land for transportation equipment. You see me sitting in that chair at home? Because I'm a law Hey, how about it, Deej? Why don't you climb up with official city vehicle? Hey, I bet you never seen this part of the bus. Oh, better yet, I'm the supervisor. Some guys, they better do what I say or else. Write them up. He directions later than me. Well, yeah, the way your king sits on his throne and watches his knights. Good stuff. Mark, what are you doing? Making sure. Oh, hold on, boy, you're gonna be. And you haven't seen how we get around those EPA rules on disposal of toxic materials. Yeah, come on, run outside. The water out there is all repulsion. You want a root beer? Another root beer. That's up. Pushing food out, wasn't it?
I know those are just your pregnancy hormones talking. The girls are turning tricks in the trailer court. And DJ's out like skinny rabbits.
Dan, wait. I came over here to apologize. I was way over the line in my comments. I think they're terrific. And I also think that you're
But if they are, it's all dance. Did you know DJ was a ball?
so I just wanted to know this. Keeps getting caught in your throat and it looks like pulling back laughter inside the rest of you.
No, that's not laughter back there, Jackie. That's Oreo. No, you weren't. You are totally wrong about this. It's one chronic puppy and I'm already going to take the middle out of her.
It is symptomatic of something more serious. And you substitute cookies in the internal world. You too. I have to admit, I have gotten a lot more about you, but so do you.
I learned it, and now I'm done.
The guy, he always comes and he wants me to convert, and we would have like really great conversations. And one day I was like, well, you
I'll give you my book. How about we read both? And he's like, no, you read my book, but I'm not going to read your book. I was like, that's not fair. So we had a conversation. He was like, tell me about your religion. And I was like, well, I know about all the religions. I came from India. We are all. And he was like, okay, tell me about all the religions. I was like, well, I'm a Hindu. There are two ways of being a Hindu. One is called sannyasi, other is called samsari. Samsaris, they get married, they have kids, they live regular life. The sannyasis, all they have to do is get high and think about God. We have 30 million gods. Every time someone gets high, we have a God. They have special attributes, special vehicles, special weapons. And then Muslims came to India. And they were like, hey, we have a God. We were like, all right, let's put him in the list. What does he look like? Does he have any special powers? What attributes does he represent? And they were like, well, we don't know what he looks like. We just talk to him. And they were like, how is that possible? How do you not see him but talk to him? And then we realized they come from the desert. Weed doesn't grow in the desert.
Yes, I am. I'm used to
January 1st of this year, consumers have new rights in India. The right to collect inaccurate personal information of a business has a background. Under that umbrella, you could argue that
Oh my gosh, Becky, look at that thing. It is so big.
you could argue that because you can't put the kind of property that has inaccurate personal information about you, and that you're the one facilitating that. Would it be incumbent upon you to prove that that information is incorrect? Representative, it also this new law also says that consumer has a right to limit the use and disclosure of sensitive personal information collected about them. This has the right to make it for certain practices. The Supreme Court has rejected Alabama's latest attempt to use a congressional map with just one majority of districts. Alabama state attempting to deport for the second time in 3 months, more than a quarter of the population of Alabama's state. Advertising the photographs and letters to police's national areas, 84 amendments to the Bottoms, IE, and Congress ballot. This report brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. From the City Hall Internet Coyote with Traffic Center, through Corporation, with Persecution, Replace on the Side, and Diamondback, to Trump on 60. Start with a weird
pretty much what the even like versus nothing for them. That's all on your Facebook. And guess what, Dad? They're healthy now. Show them the man you gave it. Hey, Dad, here you go. Say, what number? That's wrong. That's But he is going to even remember their phone number when they find out about our
The woman is in late period condition, so the fertility will another woman considers the person's consent. The Los Angeles Airport Police Officers Association says its members have approved a labor contract with the city of LA that will provide equitable salary and benefits to public safety officers. The union has agreement a landmark contract with membership with the state which historically being underpaid and undervalued. Terms of agreement are to be considered by both city council before person consent. California State Superintendent of Public Instruction has announced his bid to replace Governor Newsom in 2026. California authorities didn't come from money, power, or influence. It says his name to governor to reverse the great commitment. Governor wrote online California may be working for millionaires and billionaires, but the rest of the state needs their chance to put California to the vote where everyone has a chance to succeed no matter who you are or where you come from. Governors and Attorney General Merrick Garland says the EPA has seized more than 55 million fentanyl pills, over 9,000 pounds of fentanyl powder as well, so far this year. Garland spoke at a EPA event honoring those who died and those who've lost a loved one because of overdose. Garland says his agency is going after the drug cartels while also pledging more than $345 million in grant money for resources to help people experiencing addiction. The Board of Supervisors is expected to declare today Edward James Olmos to be criminal contempt. The session says also nominated performance in King and Believer, and the council is playing back. Olmos was born in East LA in 1947, graduated from Montevideo High School in 1964, and got a degree in sociology and criminal justice from East Lansing. It's up to 2 January 3rd here on the channel. September California wine month, and what the most beautiful women in the world
And one of the
On the
most
count of
difficult
three.
places
Okay?
to do so is
Are you ready?
in
All right.
right, I'm holding my hands right now to the Swift Passport. You can look at standard wine tasting with 5 wineries from locally to 30 plus participating wineries at the value of over $150.
look at right now we can get you for $15 to get a Temecula wine subscribed, and you enter the code RHEART50 to your violation of your debt of passport for $50. California weather contain clouds, sunny skies, high 70 is the coast, low to mid 80s in the interior, and low 3 at noon at highlight, and 90 and highs, low 90s, heavy and low 90s. Look at the day tomorrow for winter tomorrow. And then it's good on Thursday and Friday, and the 70s humidity, with 30s by the weekend, with the high temperature. The 66 in Los Alamitos, 66 in Bangkok. National Studio and Tucson
hospital wants us to fill out a lot more of these forms than when DJ was born.
No, we're just having a baby. It's not like we're buying a car.
Do this like running.
No, there is no.
There's a lonely, pathetic, and bizarrely chipper woman standing in her kitchen with a Monopoly game. It must be secret.
Well, this might be our last check.
I'll give you each an extra $500.
No, Dan, we're going now. You know, we got at least a year of baby jail ahead of us. And time. Rest my ears.
It's my favorite. Now, let's make just do a minute. I'm anomaly.
The check was $39.
Okay, perfect.
Alright, you can try me on the Jeff Wayne You can try me on the street. Jeff Wayne
Contact with
That's amazing. Wait, what is it? That's crazy. Interesting. Hell yeah, baby.
early this morning that the average
Josh Meyer,
temperature
Bar
around the
Mitzvah,
ground in
and
Nevada
of course you know Josh Meyer right
sunny
here.
highs in the 70s with the
This is
district.
my husband Mark and
Low
Barbara.
90s tonight. The Sequest last night on
He
the road. The
signs
Dodgers
everything I
cleared and
say
took
for
over
the
the
deaf.
house and 405 minutes. Everyone can take it.
Man, I thought they only like Chinese. You know,
Yosh.
I think I want to send this for the mail. Delivered in person. When you got $100 in the bank. You're going to give us a trip back? Marilyn and Lori. Say, you do you think you're going to go the whole night without singing along with the song? This is going to be Show me what's best time of my life.
Schnapps and coffee, schnapps and a cake, or schnapps and ice cream. Man, you are schnapp face. What are you doing back there? Sculpture? Guess who this is? It's Mom Tartar.
20 years of forget they didn't sleep. The only thing they'll remember is this. And the nose will come later. No. When Uncle Saul gets a gift, it stays a gift.
I always wanted for a child.
Salon Shlomo.
Remember the way they smell
Popped his little eyes over for the first time. Look at you like they do to walk you. It's all gonna be about the thing.
and we're up $100. Luxury tax. Advance to go. Oh, I'll collect mine. Simoleons. I don't mind. Now.
What up, pimp? I'm bored. How's your team do this? How's your 26 fantasy team? Not very well. We went like 10 and 15, which is really disappointing considering I spent perhaps more time than any human in the history of mankind studying rosters for my fantasy teacher. Unfortunately, do you have anything you have to correct? Do you need to correct the record for anything? That used to be a thing. Who is that? Correct the record. And Lizzie should tell us she is the head of that. She'd be big. I think she'd be the head of the Democratic Party. What's that?
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 10 o'clock a.m.
Thanks, baby. Oh, fuck. Or something's gonna happen. I found. How many? Eight jars of Alfredo, which is like Pomona and Dragon. Really? I'm getting sick, I guess. I'm not saying I'm sick. It's fine. I tried that whatever I made last 2 nights ago, and it was really good. And I stole a bottle of ketchup and a bottle and a jar of tomato sauce. That means I got 3 jars of tomato sauce and 8 jars of Alfredo, and that usually is my Shabbat dinner. So more than it was. Then I got that. What do you call it? I got that. What do you call it? So, Sriracha? Yeah, sriracha. Okay. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. So you're just going to talk about girls who dated? How does that have anything to do with the university? Well, we're leading up. We got this game on Saturday. At what time is it? Are they going to win? Actually, probably not. Wow. It goes against the mission of Judaism to allow the University of ViralRabbi and convince. Which would you rather have Judaism do well or the university? Judaism, but it's pretty close. I love the university a lot. But no, I don't have Judaism do well. See? Yeah. So, let's talk about somebody else. Well, in high school. Oh, okay. Who would that be? What would her name be? I don't know. Barbara? We'll call it Barbara. Really? Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, it was called Barbara. What about Barbara? Alright, so Barbara. Barbara's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to tell these stories. But I'm not anything else to do. But what are you going to say? Barbara. What was her... Is it Barbara or Barbara? Whatever you want it to be. Alright. So how do I say it? What was she? Oh, I took her to prom my junior year. Oh, that's how you're going to start it? No. What did you like about her? She was funny, and she was colorful, and she dressed differently. I don't know how to dress different. No, she didn't dress differently. We all had to wear the same fucking clothes. She wore the same clothes as everybody else. How is she colorful? She was a colorful person. She was kind of a bad girl. Really makes her sound like a slut. No, she just was like, she got in trouble. And, I mean, I liked every single girl with whom I went to high school at some point. Why? Because there were only like 20 of them. I mean, that's a lot. I had a long-term relationship with any girl. It was always like, they were just like different chicks, I guess. All right. So talk about Bible. I would say probably for high school, I like Barbara more than any other girl. And junior high, arguably. Well, no, not junior high. But I started to like Barbara, I don't know, two, I don't know. So my friend dated this woman, Rocco, and Rocco and Barbara were good friends. And they were pretty much best friends. And Barbara is always into older guys, and she worked as a host at his restaurant that was on a kitchen night. She wasn't on kitchen night, but she was on because after she had graduated, and she would go on to the University of Portland, and that was a perfect place for her, I think. Barbara, let's just be honest, Barbara liked the ganja. She liked cannabis, and I did not. I was anti-cannabis because I didn't know anything about it, and I thought, it was like reefer madness. And so, what story she have about Barbara? All right, I've told this story, but I'll tell it again. So, my friend Danny, my friend, his girlfriend Rocco, I kept telling my friend Danny, like, hey, dude, if you're gonna date a girl, I need. And so it just made natural sense that I would date this Barbara. And we were gonna go on like a group date. And Danny had a friend who would kind of tag along with Danny a lot of things. And he tagged along with this Yankee go see Spider-Man. And he tagged along at this movie. And this kid and I were always kind of vying for my friend Danny's friendship to some extent. So I would say I run it out in the end. This kid lived closer to my friend Danny, so they would walk home from school together and they got to be good friends. And I was walking home. No, I went to this movie at Movies 14. A lot of things happened at Movies 14. And I went to see the first Spider-Man. And I really didn't want to see it. But my friend Danny would make me go to movies with him. Not make me, but he'd be like, come on, there's nothing to do. And it's true. When you're between the ages of 18 and 20, or between the ages of like 15 and 18, there's not a lot to do. So we went to this movie, and I've told this story before. Anyway, and I don't, fortunately, I'm generally a pretty healthy person. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I've had times where I've been hospitalized. I shouldn't say I've been a healthy person. I've had a lot of really serious illnesses in my life. But I didn't when I was growing up. And I didn't have it recently, thankfully. I really had three major illnesses in my life. I had a major illness in last school, which almost killed me. And then I was hospitalized twice for low white blood cell count. But that was my own fault. How did that happen? Without going into that whole story right now, basically, um, I was experimenting with like weight loss drugs, and like I basically killed off my immune system twice and was hospitalized. All right, is that the end of your story? No. So Barbara and I, um, she was always like, I was always kind of like a nerdy kid. I don't know if I was a nerdy kid. I wasn't as cool as fuck, but I wasn't. I wasn't older. I didn't have a car. I wasn't into ganja. Anyway, um, we go to Spider-Man. So I fake being sick, say that I have a stomach ache, and that I'm gonna leave, and I do. But I had my ticket stub, so I knew I could come back. I walked to. I previously had said it was a CVS pharmacy. It was a Walgreens on the corner of Grape and Edison, and I bought this like teddy bear, and I hid the teddy bear under my shirt, and then went back inside the movies after like walking about a mile at least there and back, and then I was like, oh, I feel better or whatever. I was just in the movie atrium. They're like, okay, the movie's ends, and we're walking out in the parking lot, and I give her the bear. Oh yeah, smooth movie. Anyway, and I never like followed up with it. I never was like, let's go out or anything like that, and it was difficult because I just didn't. I didn't have a lot of courage, I would say, and I shouldn't say that. I had courage in some ways, but other ways it was like I I was just really kind of wanting to pair off. My friend had paired off, and that's like how you get experience, like Red Devil days and things like that. I remember one time, a little while after that, my friend Danny and Rachel, they were like, my friend Danny and I were hanging out, and he called his girlfriend, and she was at Barbara's house, and they're like, it's something. I think it was something like that, or maybe we all went over together. But Barbara was like, "Come on over to my house and hang out." So we hung out, the four of us, and it was the first time. He's like, "There's nothing to do at our house except like watch television." That's all there was to do back then. There weren't smartphones. There were barely cell phones, and there was not texting that anybody really did. We then went to. Well, I had a chance to say this. If you're having a baby in Judaism, you have to get an epidural. Get an epidural. Like if anything health information I give you Judaism, get an epidural. My mom wouldn't have had an epidural, I would have killed her. And I mean, you'll see. My mom has pictures after she had me, and she is ghostly white. She would have died. And I always gave her shit for it. I would be like, I always wanted to be like a perfectly natural baby without my mom having done any drugs. And I would, why? Because I was just selfish. And my mom was like, oh no, I need it. They had to knock me out. And I would only learn later that it would have killed her. It would. She doesn't even know it would have killed her if they hadn't done that. How did you find out about it? Long story, but we'll just call it the rabbit. Anyway, are you done? So we got Barbara. We're at Barbara's house, and I am. There's nothing. We were like, there's nothing to do, which there wasn't anything to do anyway. What did you guys do? we then we're gonna go on the computer. We go on the computer and we were like, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to look at? And somehow we got on porn, and Barbara had an older brother, shout out to Ricky. She had a cousin, shout out to David, and she was more experienced than we were, I would say, with some things. Not with porn, I think we were all pretty much experts on that. But it was the first time I ever knew girls looked at porn as well. Not the first time I figured that, but it was just like, it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like, allegedly the first one. Anyway, do you remember what you looked? No, but it would load like this, and like this, and like this, and like this. It was, that's just how porn used to be. It was not video. There's no video. YouTube wasn't a thing yet, and like porn sites were like just pictures. But I think we looked at that, and that was the first girl with whom I looked at porn. Probably to this day, the only maybe one other girl with whom I looked at porn. Really? Yeah. But, and that was for like a brief second. I haven't looked at porn crap ever, but especially with girls. I really fucking. So it was a unique situation, allegedly. It was a unique situation. Anyway, I end up doing something. Oh, so my friend ends up going to another school, piano, and I think he and Rocco broke up eventually, but I still kind of like Barbara. So I asked Barbara, so it was going to be for prom, and oh my god, my friend James Yaakov was called, and Luca was Lucy. He must be hot as fuck. I guess it's just weird. Anyway, Luke and Yaakov. Yaakov was obsessed with this girl. What's her name? We'll call her Galat. He was obsessed with Galat. Galat was the new girl in school, and everybody thought she was so pretty, and I did not. She was not my type, really. Why? I don't know. Everybody thought she was so pretty, though. And I think it was because she was the new girl. So Galat, Yaakov loved Galat. And he put together, you weren't supposed to do this. You weren't supposed to go all out to ask someone to prom. But he did. He arranged it. He had like people, he had lookouts, and he had like rose petals, and Galat came into the auditorium and he was playing some piano. He was playing some piece on the piano, and he asked her to prom. And she said yes. And we were also happy for Yaakov because he had planned on doing this for like a year and a half. I mean, he had planned for a long time. And while I wasn't going to do something so over the top, I was going to do something. So what did you do? I got flowers and I got chocolates. And I put them on the side of the stage of the locker room. And I basically went up to Barbara and I said, "Can I speak to you for a second?" And she's like,
She's like, sure. And she's like, where are we going? I'm like, you'll see. She's like, what's going on? You're doing something. I'm like, no, I'm not. And I've got these flowers and chocolates, and I asked her to prom. And is that the end of your story? Um, no. So then what? Well, as I've said, like through most of my high school time, we were selling our house, and I didn't want people to know where I lived. I was really embarrassed. I went from like a 7,000 square foot house to like a 1,000 square foot house. We were like buying the other house, and then here we were renting. It was a really nice neighborhood to not a nice neighborhood. I saw it all. I shouldn't say it wasn't a good neighborhood. It was a good neighborhood. I shouldn't say that. It was a good neighborhood. Both were good neighborhoods, but it just wasn't what. It was just a step down, without a doubt. Anyway, so I did, and I couldn't drive. I so so Barbara was gonna have to. So I asked her to prom, but she's gonna have to drive us to prom, and I needed her to pick me up. So what'd you do? I had planned on my mom driving me to our old house, or to our like the big house, and I would just wait for Barbara to come, and I would go in her car. Well, it turns out that she was a little early, and so we got behind her car and went to, and so it was kind of embarrassing. But here I am getting out of the car with my mom, going into her car, just feeling like a child. But that's okay. Now, do you remember what she wore? Yes, she wore a lavender. I can remember this. I don't remember what girls wear usually. I mean, I can sometimes. Do you remember people's socks? I know, just because they were unique socks. Usually, so I remember.
I don't remember anybody else's socks. I think of all the socks that I remember my entire life, I told you about them all. In fact, I'm almost certain I did. I don't remember anyone else's socks. Those are just the times that I've never seen socks like that. No, Melanie Trowbridge. I remember her socks because she is the first person I knew to paint those socks. So, yeah. Okay, so that's everybody's socks. Are you done with this stupid ass story? No, this is problem. Okay, so what happened? I had intentions. There's so this was portrait. Anyway, the most expensive restaurant in town was known as Carriage House, and I'd only been there once, but
what you are about to see is the original Roseanne show marker. It has been lost for some 40 years.
But I saved up my money or whatever, and we went to Carriage House. Which one did you go? Bridget's brother and Bridget's friend Russell. So it was the four of us who went. So Bridget's brother went with Rocco. So I didn't even think about this, but I went with a sibling for both groups. Anyway, Rocco asked Bridget's brother to prom. Why? Not that Rocco couldn't get a date, probably, but there weren't enough boys. We had more girls than boys in our class. So all the boys had chosen girls. Anyway, and Rocco had broken up with best friend Randy, and it was like, she's not going to go with him again. So then what happened? my what's the name of it before then? Oh, I remember how much fun we had playing prom with my friend Jacob and my friend Luke. We just were. Which one did Luke go? Luke went with Kathleen Kirkmare, who is a really nice girl. She and I went to university together. And is that who his name went? I could be wrong about that though. I think that's what comes to mind. Anyway, and then my friend Jacob went with July, and with whom did you go? I don't recall. Anyway, but I don't remember where they went. Oh, now I remember. They were, well, my friend, so it's expensive. I mean, like, prom's really expensive. So in order to cut costs, my friend Yaakov and his date, they had dinner at their house. Their parents made dinner or something, like, made a really nice dinner. Just something like that. But we weren't doing that. We were going to go out. So we go to the nicest restaurant, not just in town, but like probably in the future it would be a Michelin star restaurant. And for sure, of course. Anyway, we go there, and then what? Oh, I remember getting her. Where'd you get her corsage? I remember. Do you want a hand corsage or like a boutonniere kind of corsage? And what'd she get? All the girls got hand corsage. That was a big thing. Why is that? I don't know. I don't know that much about corsages, but I do remember that. And then what? We went to. This was like my first. I'd been, was it the first time you went to dinner with a girl? I'd been to dinners with girls, but never like this formal of a date. And so I did what you do on television, but I was like, you do this in like formal settings where if the girl gets up to go to the bathroom, you stand up as the man. So, you pull out your chair for them and everything. So I remember I was so nervous, and she goes up to go to the bathroom at some point, freshen up or whatever. And I stand up and she's like, "Oh, you go to the bathroom too?" I'm like, "No, isn't that what you're supposed to do?" She's like, "Oh, they do that on television." That's how I learned. So, do you do that? Yeah. So anyway, then why is that a thing? I do and stand dinner as a woman. You don't stand the whole time, you just stand close. Staying up is a signal from across from that you're willing and eager to greet and welcome the other person. Into your here and now. It speaks well of you, even though you've had an opportunity to say your first word, because it shows by your action. What's the word? Why do it shows consideration on their part for the feelings of men around them who don't stand when their wives or dates leave or attend the table. The best thing to do is stand whenever a woman leaves the table the first time. So it's an etiquette thing. And so I did it correctly. It just caught her off guard. Anyway, I remember, we all could dance really well, and we all had experience dancing with each other because my school, we had to take dancing lessons. So I remember we danced, and it was fun. And then what? Then, there was a party at the Sergio's. We gotta talk about the hoedown. That's a fun story. Anyway, there's a party at the Sergio's, and we all went there. They have this really nice
compound. It's like a compound where there are several houses on the property, and they have like a barn and some other things. So we went to an after party there. Oh yeah, and they had a pool, and I think people were in the pool. I think I was even in the pool, and then that was the end of it. And then we went to um, then we went home. And did anything ever happen from there? Not well, kind of. So I was fine. I had a good time, and she did as well. But I think I liked her more than she liked me, perhaps, at that time. The next year comes around, and she had a good time, and I became more popular, and I loosened up a little bit at my senior year, and she started to like me. So I remember she was having her friends, who were my friends as well, come up to me. I'll never forget this. We were in this like study hall time. Usually boys and girls aren't together, but when you're a senior, sometimes they allow it. And my friend Jenny came up to me and she's like, "So did you have a good time with Bridget at prom last year?" And I'm like, "Why are we talking about that? Yeah, it's fine." And she's like, "Well, who you asking this year?" And I'm like, I told her, and she's like, "You don't want to ask that person." I'm like, "You're damn right I do. I've been saying that I'm going to ask that person for like 6 years now." And she's like, "Well, what about Barbara?" And I'm like, "Yeah, she exists, but I'm not." And then I'm like, "But I already did that. I already went with her last year." She's like, "I know, but she had a really good time, and she wants to go with you again. Come on, ask her. Come on, ask her." And like, "Come on." So then I'm like, "No, I'm sorry, but no." I I had already had my mindset on this other person, and it wasn't even a thing like, "Well, what happens if that person can't go?" It was like, "No, I don't care. If she can't go, I mean, then I guess I could go with Barbara again, but I might take someone else." It's like I'd already gone with Barbara. I know what that experience is like. I wanted a different experience. So then Rocco comes up to me and she's like, "Hey, so you went with, we went to prom last year. You had a good time, right?" Like, "Yeah." She's like, "Well, what about asking her again?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Why not?" I'm like, "Because I want a new experience." And she's like, "Come on. She really wants to go with you." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine. She got to go with me last year." She's like, "No, she had a really good time and she wants to go with you again." And I said no. And to these girls, that was a really mean thing to do. But I didn't care. Why? With whom did you go? So what would this girl be? We'll call her Hodaya. Because there's a Harut, but that's another girl. Harut, I broke up with you. Everybody knows that. Hodaya. We'll call her Hodaya. Anyway, my friend's little sister. I remember seeing this girl when I was in 8th grade, so she must have been in like 5th grade. And I remember thinking, this girl's kind of cute, but she was like in 5th grade, and I'm in 8th grade. So then I'm in 9th grade, she's in 6th grade, and I would see her in study hall sometimes when they would come and pick them up. She didn't go to our school, and I'd be like, "Man, she's pretty cute." And I was in 10th grade, and she was in like 7th grade, and she started to blossom. She's like, "Wow, this girl's getting to be really cute." Then I was in 11th grade, and she was in 8th grade, and it was like, "Wow, she's getting to be really pretty." And then I was a senior, and she was a freshman, and I had told my friend as a joke when we were in 8th grade, I said, I just remember we were in study hall with some other guys, and I said to him, "I'm gonna take your sister to prom when I'm a senior." And he's like, "Go ahead." He was just like, "You're not gonna do that." And then as a senior, it was always this joke that we had that I would make to him all the time. You can ask anybody, any of the boys, they'd be like, "Yeah, no." Rabbi would make this joke quite often that he's going to take your sister to prom, and then it became a thing where it was like we were seniors, and I was a senior and she was a freshman, and she's just a very pretty girl. Like, they didn't live in this. I can't tell you the prettiest girl from Pawnee. I cannot tell you that. But they lived on like maybe like 200 feet outside the city, and she would have been probably one of the, if not the prettiest girls from Pawnee ever. And I mean, I'm sure that I have a picture with her at prom where I have a fedora on the picture. I have a fedora on. Anyway, and she was, you'd see, she was gorgeous. And so I remember telling my friend, "I'm going to take your sister to prom." So we're in some class. I remember the room where we were. It was that art history room, whatever that was. And this was around the time when he was changing his screen name. And it wasn't maybe, it was around this time. It was like maybe that year. And but it was the same room. And I remember he would sit on the end of the table, and I said to him, "Who are you asking to prom?" And he's like, "I don't know." And I'm like, "Well, Hodiah's available, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Well, I've been telling you now for like 5 years I want to take her to prom. This is my last year, and I told you when I'm a senior, I'm going to take your sister to prom. Now's the time for me to do it. Would you please ask her for me?" And as he was so cool that he said, "Yeah," he didn't fight me on it. I had worn him down for 5 years that I was going to do this. And I remember my friend Josie was like, "What? You're really going to ask her? You're really going to do this?" I'm like, "Yeah. I mean, haven't you seen her? She's gorgeous." And he's like, he says to Mark, like, "You're really going to ask your sister?" He's like, "Yeah, why not?" And so he asked her, and I remember the next day he said yes. She said yes. And I was shocked. And I said, "It's okay with your parents and everything?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, with whom are you going to go?" And he's like, "I'll just take one of her friends." And so who did he take? I forget her name, but her last name was Flower. She had a really pretty last name. And then what? Well, let me just tell the prom story. So then we went to, so what were the arrangements? Again, we were living in this house, and I was embarrassed to live in this house. So I told my friend he could drive. And he was going to drive us to where we were going to go to eat, which was this mansion in this really nice the Studebaker mansion. And so I had my mom, I think I walked or something. I think something like that. My mom dropped me off in my tuxedo. Where'd you get your tuxedo every year? Bernardo's. Really? Yeah. Bernardo's would be big. Louis' truck shop would be big. But Bernardo is this cool Cuban guy. Everybody likes Bernardo. Anyway, but Louis would be really big. Actually, way more people got theirs at Louis. But you could tell the Bernardo's tuxedos are just a little nicer than the Louis ones. Anyway, I think we didn't go together to get fitted, but I remember the year before my friend Luke and I think we got fitted together. I could be wrong. But then the year my friend Luke had graduated, and we went. My mom dropped me off at school, and I waited for my friend Mark to pick me up. And so he was there with his date, and then I was there with Hodiah. And this is it wasn't embarrassing, but It's embarrassing now, but not really. So we go, we have dinner, and it was really nice. And my dad told me there was this thing that we had to use. Oh my god! So what was it? Like gift certificates. Why? Because we could get a rebate back on my tuition. So what'd you do? I paid for the dinner with these with what's called script. We always had to use script. Why? And you wouldn't get that much back. We would use script more than any other family, but it was like my parents didn't have a lot of money, and so any kind of rebate they could get on their tuition was important to them. So we used script for everything, and we only at the end of the year got like $200 back. It was very minimal amount. Anyway, so I had to use these gift certificates to pay for the meal, and then my friend Mark gave me money for his dinner with his girlfriend, and then I gave it to my parents. And it wasn't a big deal, but because like script was used in the town, and it was used in our school, but it was like you did that for prom. I didn't have to do that the first time for prom, but I did that the second time for prom. And then what? Then we went to prom, and now our dates did not have dancing lessons, but they were still very good dancers. And if you're a guy and you know how to lead, I could take someone who's never danced before, and if I know how to lead, it's just like you can control where their bodies are, basically, and you just follow what I'm doing, basically, in the opposite way. Anyway, what did they always say about Ginger Rogers? She did. She did everything Fred Astaire did except backwardly and then healed, something like that. Anyway, but Kodaya did a very good job in dancing. And then what? Oh, we went. We had pictures. We had. Where'd you go for pictures? My friend Aaron he had a really nice house. I would buy the plot of land, I think, next door to him, and build a house there someday. Really? Yeah, I'm almost certain I will, if this ever becomes a thing. Anyway, he had a really nice house, and we went and took pictures at his house, and then with like the rest of our class, and then we went to so is that what you did? Oh yeah, no, my mom didn't drop me off at school. She dropped me off at Aaron's house, and then we took pictures at Aaron's house. Then we went to dinner, and then we went to prom, dance, and then there was an after party. Now the girls with whom we went, they were freshmen, and so it was kind of like, prom gets over at like I feel like it got over at like 1 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure it wasn't that late. Maybe it was over at midnight or something like that. But they had to. It was like I don't want to say an agreement, but basically like they're not allowed to. They're freshmen. They're not allowed to be out that late. So. Or their parents didn't want them to be. But I understand that. So my friend Mark drove his sister and his date back to their house, and I think that's what happened, and then met us at our friend Aaron's house, and then we all stayed up all night, just talking, laughing and stuff. But why do you guys do that? The idea of it is usually people are fucking after prom, and it was to avoid all of that. So parents would have a party, and then it would be like chaperone, basically. Not tightly chaperone, they would just have parents there. And I think it's a better way to go. A lot better way to go. You don't have random pregnancies. You don't have people who or getting. Oh, that was one thing. Um, my friend wanted to get drunk. That's right. That's right. I remember my friend wanted that was it was like a thing. Like people were talking about drinking our senior year, and my friend Mark wanted to get drunk, and I remember I got him something. It was like it was pink. I just remember it was. I forget what it was. Hold on. What was it? It was something like pink, like it would have been like something like vodka and watermelon Gatorade or something like that. Anyway, it was something like that. It was, and he drank a little bit, but not badly enough to get super drunk or anything. And while I don't think I really drank, I mean, it was like, but I think he wanted to or something like that. Are you sure it was that time? I'm almost certain that was that time. But then what happened? Well, I thought this was Barbara's story. No, we'll finish that. Okay, I was just talking about prom. So then, um, Cordia and I, she's a freshman, I'm a senior, so it's not like anything is gonna happen. Though I do remember after that, I was like, I did say to my friend Mark, I'm like, so are you interested in her friend? And he's like, no. Are you interested in my sister? And I'm like, well, I'm not against it. He's like, I knew it. My mom said this was gonna happen. Really? Yeah. He's like, and when I heard that, I was like, well, I'm not, I'm not, I don't have to date her. She was interested, I think, in a guy of her age, obviously. Um, and then what? Then I would see her one more time in my life, which was kind of cool. I don't know why it was cool, but um, I was on Lincoln Way at a gas station, the one with the RV, and I was walking out of it with my friend. We were just, we bought, I think he probably bought gas. We didn't go inside, I guess. I don't know. We probably could have bought it or something. I don't know. We bought something, probably cigars. I don't know. Who knows what it was. And I was walking out and I saw her. And I was at the university and I got, I was like big man on campus, so to speak. And and I think she was a senior in high school or something like that. And it was just nice to see her.
I got to introduce her to my college roommate, and so that's the only time you ever saw her. Yeah, I wish the best for her, and I'm sure she's doing well. I think she probably has children by now, and she's just a really nice person. But what about Barbara? So I saw Barbara. Barbara and I, so junior. I didn't take her to senior. I took Hodiah. But I did see Barbara. So I was at the university, and Barbara was in town. It was like right around winter break, and Barbara was home, and and I don't know what it was. She must have texted me or something, and said that she was in town. And I said, "Do you want to hang out?" She said, "Sure." And we went to and they told her she liked ganja. Anyway, allegedly, this is all cannabis. We went to where'd you go? Obviously. So my college roommate and I, and she went to. She's the one who drove. She had her van. She had her parents' van, and we drove to. Because her sister had taken her car. Anyway, we drove to the mall and got like Canterbury in the mall parking lot in the back of the car, in the back of the van, and then what?
she was never like super into university. Not in Memphis. Not like, and she was only going to be there for so long. So that's that's. I saw her one other time. Really? Yeah. Was it fun? Yeah, we hung out, and we've always been amicable. I mean, even though you rejected her for prom, yeah. I mean, she has to understand. It was like, well, she does. She did understand, and she saw how beautiful her diet looked. Everyone knew exactly why I asked her, and um, now do you remember what she wore? Yeah, she wore pink. Uh, Barbara wore a lavender dress the year before, and a really pretty lavender color, and then Hodiah wore a pink dress. Yeah. Is that the end of your story? Well, that's prom. And anything else about Barbara or Hodiah? Um, no, it's not like they were totally different dates. I mean, I shouldn't say they were totally different dates. They were both fun. They were both nice people. We had a good time both times. Um, yeah, I mean, it was everything about it was good. Was there anything bad about it? No, I mean, I've said everything that I thought was like embarrassing. Those were minor things, especially with all the things that can happen during prom. I mean, what would be like really bad? The girl ends up hooking up with some other guy and like leaves you. I mean, like I'm sure there are all kinds of just terrible stories where like somebody gets pregnant or people get into a fight. There was nothing like that, and we're fortunate for that. Is that the end of your story? No. And yeah, I guess. Is that all you want to say to? What would you say to Barbara now? I don't know. I want to hang out in the back of the van. What would you say to Hodiah? Um, I still really well. I appreciate that they both went with me, but um, I still think she was the prettiest girl at that prom, which she was. And did you think Barbara was the prettiest girl at her prom? No, I thought she was very pretty, but and perhaps, yeah, perhaps, but not. It wasn't like a foregone conclusion where I just thought that her diet was like the prettiest girl at this prom. However, number two was Leia. Really, yeah, Leia looked beautiful, and Leia was the first girl that I dated. We didn't date, you know what I mean. We went on 3 dates, and then we had anyway. Is that the end of your story? Yeah. Anything else you want to say about it? Um, Shout out to Valerie, Barbara's sister. Anybody else? She had a bunch of siblings. I don't remember them all. Oh, one other thing I was going to say about people's siblings. Um, Phil Jendel's sister, Sana. We hung out, not hiking. She came over to my room. Oh, and Dan Loger's sister. They came over to my room senior year, I think. Dan Loger's sister. What was her name? Samantha. And she went to University of Chicago, I believe, along with Dan. And Anna went to university, and they were always friends. And they came over to my room though, and I made sure that they were okay. Again, I never hooked up with any of my friends' little sisters, and with the amount of girls with whom I did hook up, I always made sure I did not hook up with their sisters because I knew it would be weird. It would be a weird. I didn't want it to be weird. And not to say that I could have, but I probably could have. It's a bunch of them. And I chose not to. A few of them I definitely could have. Definitely. But some of them probably, it just would have been awkward. Not us hooking up would have been awkward because I was really close friends with them. But it would have been awkward. I would have always felt badly about it. That, like, I would see it as my sister. Dude, you were with my sister? and you guys were hanging out and partying, and then you end up hooking up with her, it's just awkward. So I made sure, because I guess I always put my friends first when it came to a lot of those things. So you never hooked up with someone's little sister? Uh, so do you have, uh-huh, who? I won't say who, but multiple. And I would just say to Israel and anybody seeing this, it is, if you're going to, the best advice I can give you is don't hook up with people's siblings, because it'll cause awkwardness with your relationship with that person. But if you do want to date the other person, ask your friend first. Don't just do it. Like, I asked my friend Mark to go on a date with his sister, and he allowed it, and it didn't make our friendship weird. And I never hooked up with any of the other people's little sisters. So whose little sisters did you hang out with? Off the top of my head, so there's Hannah, Jandal, and Samantha Lozier, and Lord Bradley, and Kayla Pointed, Kelsey Pointed John, and I don't think it was Kelsey. It's anyone else? Amy Barker, anyone else? That's just off the top of my head. But I looked out for them all. I made sure they didn't get overly inebriated, and made sure that they didn't, that they were safe. And I would have expected my friends to do the same thing for me if I had a sister, and I think they would all be happy with the way that I treated their sisters. And I would say that it is good advice to people to follow that in the future. If you have the opportunity to either date or hook up with one of your friend's siblings, ask your friend, make sure it's okay with your friend, and if it's not, then it's not. But if it is, then you've got permission, basically. But then it won't make your like all those people. So who would they be? Like Phil and Dan Lozier and Danny and Lori and Kayla. I mean, I was fine with their siblings the whole time, because I never made any moves, and I always looked out for their siblings. And again, I looked at it. How would I want my friends to look out for my sister if I had sister? That's it. Are you done? I'm just trying to think. Did I ever hang out with Claire Higginbotham? No, she went to a different school. But she was another friend's sister who I might have seen something. There was one other girl. My friend Melissa's sister, Brooke. Never did anything with her. Probably just because there were other situations where there were people's sisters, but I did not make any moves on anybody. Why? Because I didn't think it was right. And if anything, I would have wanted to make sure it was okay with their siblings. Really, yeah. At the end of your story. No, dog. At the end of your story. Talk about the first time you had can of beers. All right. So my friend Josie, my friend Mark, they really like can of beers. Where did they get it? I don't know. Probably like Josie had a brother and sister who were older, and he had more public school friends, and so I think he probably got it from them. Anyway, so they used to do can of beers, They used to smoke can of beers before school sometimes, and and I didn't think that was cool. Why? Because I was just like kind of lame when it came to that kind of stuff. I didn't want anybody doing anything that I wasn't doing, basically. And I knew my parents were super anti-cannabis, and the school was super anti-cannabis, and the law is super anti-cannabis. What up, baby?
Hi, Daddy. It is now 11 o'clock a.m.
Thanks, Liz. What? Yo, something's gonna happen on your dime. So anyway, cannabis was something that my friends didn't do. Now I had a friend of mine, and I never tried cannabis with my friend Danny, but I remember asking him because I trusted his opinion. What did he think of it? He tried it once, he said, and he said it was different. But like you gotta try it yourself, basically, if you're gonna know it. Anyway, so my friend uh, Mark and Josie, it was the summer after we graduated from high school, and I remember telling them, okay, like we graduated high school, and they kept trying to get me to do it, and I was like, finally, I said, okay, I'll do it. So we went to what was known as the Pawnee Ethnic Festival, and well, we were gonna go to the Pawnee Ethnic Fest. Oh, no, that's what we did. They went and they did cannabis, and they picked me up, and we were going to the ethnic festival, and they were like, "Oh, this is so cool," and I was like, "Fuck you guys!" Like they're all fucked up, and I'm just straight, and I say to them, "Okay, like it doesn't hurt, no, it feels good, yeah," and I'm like, "Bro, I don't have to. Like at any time I can do it, it's probably now is like a good one." And it was a really nice day, and I remember we were by the river, and they're like, "Oh my God, you're gonna do it? No way!" So they're like, "All right, let's take them to our spot." So we drive way on the west side, way far away on the west side, and we park my friend Mark's car, and we then go on these. We go on these railroad tracks, and we walk for like at least like a quarter mile these railroad tracks. Then we walk into these woods. I mean, this is how paranoid we were. Like no one in the million years would ever find out that we were where we were. We went into these woods, and there was like I don't know, like a place where there was like a little what do you call it? One of a glade, in the middle of the glen. A glade, I think is what it's called. Like a little forest glade. It's like where it has no trees. An open area within a forest. Okay, so we all know what forest is. And we do it. And I remember being like, nothing happened. Or I didn't really feel it. So if you ever do cannabis the first time, I think it's common that nothing happens. And sometimes people get stone aged, but nothing happens. You have to, your body like builds up some kind of tolerance to it, or it has to, like, I don't want to say it's the opposite of that. Your body, I don't know, it's just nothing happened, and that's very kind of, I don't know. Let's look that one up. Because the second time I did it, Holy fuck. Not everyone gets. That's because the psychoactive compounds on cannabis cause your brain to increase its amount of receptors. And I know I've been with other people and they don't. Okay. It's common. You probably didn't know you were doing for the first time. That was one too. You have to like inhale and like, you know. But I tried it. And I don't know if I would handle the important thing. There's a sensitization period, perhaps. You have to wait for your body to create enough receptors in order to get that feeling, which may take a couple of tries. I don't know, but I just know nothing happened, and I was really like, this is lame. Do you remember? Okay, so then what happened? So I didn't do it for another year. I didn't do it for 2 years. So I did it once at the end of high school, and then I did it again as a sophomore at the end of my sophomore year, and that time it worked. And then I've been basically hooked on it ever since. Anyway, um, you could tell that story. You got other stories to tell, perhaps. Okay, tell the stories about the road trips. I've told these stories before, but okay. My friend, Mark, I've told this story before too. His dad's name's Mark as well. His dad is a really nice man. His mom's really nice, and they're a different religion than we are, but they're very good-hearted people. And they went to Indianapolis one time, and they um, they would do something called like outreach, something they called it like that. Anyway, they saw my friend Mark was like, we saw a homeless person. Like from where I am, you don't find homeless people. They have a very good homeless shelter, and I think they would call it Center for the Unhoused. It's called Center for the Homeless. And I don't want to say there aren't any homeless people, but like it's very cold as well, so homeless people don't really stick around. But he was like, yeah, I saw a homeless person. It really bummed me out. I can tell you this: when I first saw a homeless person, or like not even a homeless person, somebody just asking for money, it would. I remember it would ruin my week when I was a little kid, and I would see. I wouldn't even see it as a little kid, but maybe when I was getting a little older, it would ruin my week. And then I remember I probably only saw like as a kid, it happened 5 times. Someone asked for money. Here you'll see 5 people on a single corner ask for money, but there it was just very rare. And he said that they were walking by someone and his um his and he said, yeah, it really stunk. We saw someone who was homeless, and they asked my dad, and my dad was willing to give them money and did, and then did like outreach to them and talked to them, and um, we all thought that was really nice and cool. But maybe his dad didn't give him money because there was something about it that his dad did not want to just give him money because he would buy alcohol with it. So he went inside the store or something and bought the person a sandwich or bought them a drink, a sandwich and a drink or something. It was something like that. And but maybe he did just give them money. But it was something like maybe somebody made a joke after like, yeah, they probably just use that thing for alcohol, which isn't true. But honestly, if you have nothing going, then why not be drunk during it to try to forget your pain as well? So I don't blame him if he did. Anyway, my friend Mark was like, yeah, Indianapolis is really nice. Is it? Yeah, it is. And he's like, I really liked it down there. And I was thinking about driving my car down there this weekend and just checking it out. We're like, well, what would you do down there? He's like, I don't know. There's stuff to do though. It's like a bigger city, and it's pretty easy to get there. You just take one street. I mean, from where I live, if you take one street, you go to Chicago. You take one street one way, you go to Chicago. You take the street going the other way, you go to New York City. You take the street south, and it goes to Indianapolis. Crossroads of America. Anyway, but if you take there's in a street that goes north of Grant that would be someday, where would that one go? I don't know, kind of goes over there. Anyway, so he's like, I'm thinking of going to Indianapolis this weekend, and I don't think I went the first time. I think my friend Josie and Mark were like, we're gonna go, but it was something like, I don't know. I had stuff to do. I don't want to say I had stuff to do, but my parents weren't really keen on me. I didn't have a lot of money either, so I don't know exactly what it was we were doing, but I think they went down the first time together and had a really good time. No, what was it? So my friend Mark says, dude, he was really into street signs.
And there's this sign I saw somewhere down there that says prison area, do not pick up hitchhikers. He's like, I want that sign. And also, he said, my dad was driving and got lost on one of the roads and ended up on Interstate 69. And he's like, I'm like, no way. He's like, yeah, I thought you left that because all my friends thought I love the number 69. Whenever there'd be anything, my guy would be number 69 in a football game. Whenever there was 69, I made up 69 nights. Really, I'm sure I did. Don't just ask the boys in my high school, ask the girls in my high school, and they knew. Oh, 69. That's all they're at. Really, yeah. Why? Because I just thought it was a funny number, and I remember my friend. Like we talked about it when we were in grade school, and so what did 69 mean in grade school? We didn't really know it was a sexual position in grade school. I remember someone saying 69 means sex, and does it? Yeah, it means more than that. Some reference like, you're damn right, kid. You're damn right. Anyway, so we were. So I'm like, wow, there's an like, I didn't really know where all the roads were. But I'm like, oh, there's an Interstate 69 that like in Indianapolis. He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh man. And he's like, I really want this sign that says prison area, do not pick up hitchhikers. And I think I did go the first time with them. And so my friend was like, and I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna drive. And I was like, oh wow, cool. And it was something like, I'll drive if you guys. My friend Josie's like, well, you're just gonna go down there, and what was it? Oh no, my friend Mark was like, I want to go down there, but I don't think my car will make it, so I don't think my parents will let me go. And my friend Josie's like, well, I think my parents would let me take their van if you guys help pay for gas. And it was like, okay, so we just have to give you a little money for gas and you'll drive all the way down there. And he's like, yeah. So I remember they had a Warner Brothers edition Mercury, Montana, something like that. And it was like a normal van. But one thing I remember that it had on it was way earlier than any other vehicle I ever saw, was it would tell you who sang a song on the radio, on the little radio
screen in like digital form, and that was very advanced for the time. So my friend was like, "Yeah, we're gonna drive down there, and we're going to listen to classic rock the whole way." And I'm like, "Oh man, I gotta go on this. I want to go with these guys." So I think they end up picking me up, and we go and drive down there, and we're just having a blast. Just there wasn't there's more of a freeway now to go from Pawnee to Indianapolis, but back then there was not. It was just a 2-lane road, and you know what? I misspoke. My friend Josie did not drive the first time. Mark, he's like, I want to drive down, but I don't think my car is gonna make it. And he's like, but I'm gonna try. So we're like, okay. And he's like, if you guys give me gas money, I'll make the attempt. So we're like, okay. So we give him gas money. We drive down there, and we're just going on these 2 lanes, and it's just like we got our hands in the window going like this, and we're listening to Steve Miller Band. We were really into Steve Miller Band just because it's cool classic rock music, and we just listen to CDs. We listen to Steve Miller Band and like Red Hot Chili Peppers, and just like have this huge thing of CDs and any song that we want. And so it was just the 3 of us. And we get down there, and like, okay, well, what do we do? I mean, we don't have a lot of money. We barely have any money. And I don't remember asking my parents if I could go to Indianapolis, but I think I did ask them, and they were much more accepting of me going to Indianapolis than it was Chicago. Indianapolis isn't as big as Chicago. It's much safer than Chicago, and it's easier to drive. It's a pretty easy city in which to drive in comparison to Chicago. I think it is. And I've been there before, and so we I've been to Chicago many times, but I've been to Indianapolis as well. And not to say I know my way around Indianapolis that well, but it's not that big, so I mean, it's not that hard to. It's manageable city for someone who's younger. Anyway, so we drive down there, and it's like, well, there's nothing to do. What do we do? And oh, I think this was the plan. I think my friend was like, "There's this sign." He's like, "There's this sign that says, 'Prison area, do not pick up hitchhikers.'" And there's an Interstate 69, and there's also they have a Hooters there. They didn't have a Hooters from where I was, and even though I had been to a Hooters before allegedly, it was like I wanted to go with my friends. So I was like, okay, we're gonna go all the way down there, and yeah. So I remember, I think I brought a digital camera of my family's, and we ended up going to Hooters and getting pictures. We don't like have any money, so I don't think we ate. Maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. Perhaps it was kosher, of course. Anyway, and all we wanted is to take pictures with the waitresses there, and we did. And I remember then on our way back up, we oh, this is such a dick move. It's a 2-lane road, and so as you're driving north, is it 2 lane or it's 4 lanes? And my friend is Mark's driving, and he's like, "Dude, you want to piss off all these people behind us?" And he's like, "Well, how are you going to do that?" He's like, I'm figured out that if I just drive the same speed as the person behind me, no one can pass us." Like, oh my God, that's such a dick move. And so for like a long time, for like 30 minutes, we do that. All these people are honking their horns. There's this huge backup in traffic. And finally we move over, and all these cars just start passing. Shoom, 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 shoom. Anyway, we see a sign, "Prison area, do not pick up hitchhikers." And we're like, dude, that sign is so sick. And we're like, where did you see this I-69 sign, and we looked at a map and we saw what I-69 was, and we said, okay, that's kind of far away. So we make it all the way back to Pawnee. It was a really good trip, and it was actually such a good trip. We were like, dude, we have to do this again. So then the next weekend, my friend Matt is like, and the weather was just perfect. I remember. My friend Matt's like, dude, I'm gonna drive down in my parents' van. Do you guys want to go down there with me? And we're like, yeah. So same thing. We're listening to music the whole way and just having a good time. And did they have can of beers? No. We were all very sober and everything. We get down there. We spend a little time down there. I don't remember which time it was, but we were by what was known as the RCA Dome. I don't know what it's called now. And which is an interesting place. They basically use like negative pressure or something to be able to like put a dome on this building, and it was like a soft top. It didn't have like a hard top. Anyway, it's where the Colts played, and then I remember there were these barriers. We were doing a lot of things like I really like the show Jackass, and at the time it was like we were doing stuff that you would do on Jackass, though we wouldn't necessarily film it because we didn't have a camera. My friend though, eventually he was like, I'm gonna get my parents' camera. I'm gonna ask them if we can take it down here so that we could get some of this on camera. But I don't know if we ever did that. Anyway, I remember when we went to theaters and had these pictures with these waitresses. We put the pictures up in my locker, and the boys found out that we could and took them down, or somebody took down these pictures. And we were like, okay, fuck it. Like, we were just having a good time. Oh. Was it? I want to say it was on St. Jack Tricks Day. It was like March 17th when we did that. Something called Jack Tricks Day, something like that. I think it was. It was a really nice day in March, which is usually a little cold. But it was sometime Jack Tricks Day, I think, when we went there. It was right around that time. I'm almost certain that's when it was, though. Anyway, so then we, there are these barriers like they have outside of a building. I remember my friend was jumping them, like leapfrogging them, and kind of like hit his nuts on one of them. Anyway, we were just having a good time. We went down the next weekend, and this is when we were seniors in high school. We went down the next weekend, and my friend drove his van and his parents' van, and that was fun. Then we wanted to go again, and my friend, this girl Rachel, about whom I've spoken before, she said to us, hold on, is that how it happened? I actually don't think my friend Mark ever drove his car down there. I think he always said, my car, I don't trust my car, and neither do my parents, to make it all the way down there. So my friend Matt drove his car that time, the first time we went, I think. And then the second time we went, our friend Rachel said that she would go down with us if we drove her car, or if we drove her car back or something and paid for gas. So we paid for gas, and yeah, that's what it was. And so when Mark, is that how it was? We were just being doofuses on the way back and going parallel to a car next to us and just pissing off other drivers behind us. Anyway, so my friends say, Josie and Mark, we see this sign that says prison area, do not pick up hitchhikers. And this sign is near this prison, this like federal prison. And we see it, and when you're driving on the road, like signs look really small to you. And then we saw it when we went down there the first time. It was like, oh dude, there it is. And the second time when we were going to Indianapolis. The reason why we're going to Indianapolis is to get this sign. So they knew my dad was a industrial representative for Snap-on Tools, and I had access to tools. So they're like, you gotta bring enough tools because I brought a whole toolkit and tool bag because I didn't know into what we were going to run when it came to what the sign consisted. So we're in we drove down in Rachel, I think Rocco drove down there. We hang out in Indianapolis, have a fun time down there. And then we were driving back north and we're getting this sign. And there are two signs. There's one on each side of the road. And it's a really busy road. Anyway, we pull over to the side of the road near one of the signs and put on the blinkers. And two of our friends, Rocco and Mark, were pretending that like they had a flat tire and trying to fix the flat tire. When my friend Josie and I were going to investigate the sign and see what the issue, like what kind of tools we needed to take the sign down. So we realized we needed a ratchet set, which we had, and so my friend Josie is smaller than I am. He's like he's I don't want to say a good deal smaller than I am, but he's like I don't know. He's shorter than I am. So I had him and my friend Mark as well. He was probably wasn't as strong as I was. So the deal was that Matt and Josie are the same person. Josie is just his nickname. He was going to stand on my shoulders and use my dad's ratchet set to take off the nuts for this sign. So I remember he gets up on my shoulders and he's trying to fit the the socket in the correct he's trying to find the right socket size. And the only way to do it, this sign, it looks very small but it's really like it's like a 5 foot wide sign. It's big. It might even be a 6 foot wide sign. It's like at least it's probably 5 feet wide. Anyway, it's really big. So he's up there, he gets the right socket, and he gets one of the nuts off. And it's like every time a car comes by, he's got to jump down, and he keeps having to jump down off my shoulders. And he's got his shoes on my shoulders, and it really hurts. Like I'm holding him up just on my shoulders. So here he is. Every time a car comes by, he's got to jump down, and we have to make it look like we're having tire trouble. And I think someone came and stopped to make sure we were okay. We're like, oh yeah, we're fine. We're just checking out the tire. And they're like, okay. And then they drive up. Okay. So he gets up on my shoulders again. He gets off his second nut. Boom. Cars come by. He's got to jump down. He gets up on my shoulders again. He gets the third nut. So now this sign is barely holding on. And all these cars are coming by, and we're hoping it's not a cop. So we end up getting it down to the last nut. He gets up there with the socket set, and I'll never forget. He took off the last nut, and he'll say, he talks about this a lot. He's punching at this sign to get it to fall, and it does. And I mean, this sign drops and goes right past my fucking face. And I mean, this sign could literally, it was like a guillotine. Yeah, but some people say guillotine. Guillotine. It literally could fucking give you a bris. I mean, honestly, this thing could decapitate you. It's a big, heavy sign, but it came down. And we're like, yes. Then what? So we are really excited that we got this sign, but we hadn't planned for the sign to be this large. It was like that was our last thought, that this sign was going to be like 5 feet across. I'd say it was like 5 feet across. So what do? We think we're smart, and we're like, well, let's put it on the roof of Rocco's car, and we'll all have our hands on it. And if if we just drive, we can hold it. And that lasted less than a quarter mile. As we're driving, we get up to speed. This fucking sign goes and just lands on the fucking pavement, and we're like, oh shit, like it flies off the car and almost slices all our hands wide open, full of like our hands. There's a sharp sign too. So the sign, it it flew off the car, and now it's in the middle of the road. So we have to stop the car again. We get out and we go and get the sign, and I forget exactly how this happened, but we take the sign and we put it on the other side of the road, way up in the in the brush. And I was like in love with the sign, and my friends were like, whoa, how are we gonna get it? I'm like, I'll get my dad's van. If we get home in time, I told him, if we get, this was like a Saturday night, if we get home in time, I can steal my dad's van and come back down here. But will one of you come with me? And my friend Mark is like, I'll come with you. If he's like, I'll come with you if I don't have to pay for gas and I can sleep the whole time. I was like, absolutely. No doubt. I don't think I ever accepted gas money from any of my friends. I didn't drive a lot, but I would give people gas money. And that would be the thing. You give them like whatever it would be. Anyway, so then what? But I remember as we're driving northwardly, oh my god, this sign was like the car driving like this with the sign on top, and it just, the wind took it. And I mean, we didn't get more than like 40 miles an hour, and this fucking wind just took it and threw this fucking sign on the street. And it's so like, boom, it hits. I mean, it was a really dumb idea for us to do that. But yeah, it was like something that would happen in a movie. Like, oh yeah, we can hold on to this fucking sign and drive the whole way, just holding it with our little fucking hands. Anyway, all four of us. So we drive all the way home and to Pawnee, and we get there at like, we get home at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And so then they take, Rocco drops me off at my house and drops off my friend Matt and my friend Mark. And then I stole my dad's car, stole his van, and drove it to my friend Mark's house. Is that how it worked? No. Mark just stayed at my house. We stole my dad's van, and we drove down to, and Rocco dropped off my friend Matt. So we drive down to, it was near Kokomo, Indiana, is where this is, and it's pretty far. And we're driving down there, and he's fast asleep, and I am on a mission. I'm wide awake doing this. I'm like so excited to do this. We get all the way to the sign, and I'm like, wake up, Mark! Come on, help me! I'm gonna pull over. Help me get this sign. We open. Well, so I should say, we tried to fit the sign in Rocco's car, and it wouldn't fit. We really tried our best, but it was like, no, this thing's not going to stay open. We couldn't even get it in the trunk, and we couldn't even get it in the back seat. There was just no way. So then we drove. I drove all the way back down to my dad's van, and we put it in the. He had like a cargo van, kind of like a cargo van, and it had a cargo area in the van, and we put it in the sliding door and closed the door. It fit, and it was like, okay, now we just can't get pulled over. Unfortunately, we didn't. We hung a Yui in Kokomo on 31 and drove all the way back to my house. All the way back, I dropped him off at his house. Now the thing was, my parents needed that van, or they were going to know I had their van if I didn't get home in time, and they were going to be up at like 5 in the morning, let's say. And I bet I made it home at 4:55 in the morning. And I dropped off that van and brought in that sign and put it behind my room door. And I fell asleep. And I remember just as I got into bed, I could hear my dad get it out. I mean, we barely made it, just in the nick of time. And it was like, wow, we got this fucking sign. So I remember my dad had some signs from, he just had them. He didn't ever steal signs, and you don't want to steal signs. There's a big fine for it. And I think in the future they put trackers on signs so that just never, and don't ever steal stop signs. And I mean that. That can we would never steal a stop sign or like a yield sign. But like a sign that said prison area, do not pick up hitchhikers. That's just such a ridiculous sign. How are you going to turn that down? So we, I had the sign. So the next day I awake and I uh, I go to my parents, Mom, Dad, I'm going to show you something, but you can't get mad. They're like, what is it? And I go and I get up this big sign. And my dad and mom are like, where in the hell did you get that? And I was like, it was when we were going down to Indianapolis. And they're like, and they were cool with it. They weren't mad. Oh, my dad thought it was pretty cool. And I was like, I'm going to put this in my dorm room. Did you? Yeah. And did you ever steal on the other side? Yeah. So then what? My friend Mark, this one day, so we did all this, we went down to Indianapolis. And my friend Phil never went with us. Why? Because he didn't want to get in trouble. And he just didn't want to get in trouble. And he always kind of figured we would. So he never did. But then he had gotten into the university, and we had always talked about getting Interstate 69 signs. And it was, you know what? I think we did this my junior year, actually, not my senior year. We did it my junior year. Yeah. Wait, is that right? Yeah. We did it my junior year. Because then my senior year, it was in the winter, the middle of the winter. There was nothing to do. We were really bored. And my friend Phil says, hey, this was not a thing for Phil to say, because he was a goody two shoes. But he was like, I want to get one of those Interstate 69 signs, and we're getting it tonight. And I'm going to get Josie and Mark to come, and we're going to do this. So I was like, okay. They're like, do you have that toolkit with you? I was like, yeah, we can take that. And I don't think it was used. So we had we didn't have to do all the measuring of all the sockets. It was the same socket. I remember my friend Josie was like, my friend Matt was like, dude, don't ever remove the socket because it takes too long for me to figure out what size you need. So we always kept it the same. So we then took the toll road 8090 to Interstate 69 in Angola. And we get off on Interstate 69, and as we're driving, they're all this interstate, this hitchhiker sign. There were only 2 of them in the whole state. Not the whole state, but on the whole road, there are only 2 of them. Interstate 69 has I-69 signs every mile or something. There are hundreds of these signs. So we could kind of find a place where there wouldn't be a lot of traffic. And we'd get off and we would do the same thing. We would pretend that we were having car trouble. And then my friend Josie would get on my shoulders and we would get these signs. So in total, we got 4 of them. And my friend Mark said, I don't want to sign. He said something like, he said something like, because he's the one who wanted that hitchhiker sign, but then he realized his parents, he was like, I don't have anywhere to put it, and I don't want to get caught with that sign. My parents won't be happy if they knew I stole something. My parents are fine with it. Anyway, so he's like, I just want to go for the ride. Then my friend Matt, he was like, well, so there were these little Interstate 69 signs, which were like, I don't know. So how big was the hitchhiker sign? It was almost 2 meters across. It was really big. And how big were the Interstate 69 signs that you guys saw? They were probably like half a meter. Yeah. And I thought these would make really good coffee tables if we built them correctly. And then what? Then there was one really big Interstate 69 sign that was about a meter across, and I wanted that. I wanted the big one, and my friends wanted the smaller ones. So my friend Phil gets one of the smaller ones, and my friend Matt got one of the smaller ones, I think. And I got my friend Mark's smaller one, and then I got the big one. And then we took those, and it was like in the middle of the winter, and it was so much fun doing this. It's such a rush to do it, and especially when you're a kid. And I can take this. You know, this class. Yeah. Can you please, Rabbi, calm down with me? Yeah, sure. There you go, bro. Anyway, you looking in your store? So then what happened? So I was always really excited whenever I did anything with this event or something. So again, it's like Sunday morning and I awake and I'm like, Mom, Dad, can I say something? They're like, what is it? And I'm like, well, we got some more signs. What did you get? And I show my parents. It says Interstate 69. My dad starts laughing. Goes, what the hell were you doing all the way over there? And I was like, we drove out there. He's like, just for these signs? Yes, yeah. And my mom's like, why did you get that sign? Why did you get that number? Why did you get that? And I'm like, because it's funny. She's like, but why that number? I was like, because it's funny. And she's like, why is it funny? I'm like, it just is. We're not going to have this conversation. It's funny. So I had this big Interstate 69 one and the little coffee table ones. And, well, I had a coffee table one and a big one. So when I was in college, I had this huge hitchhiker sign in my room. And then I also had this big Interstate 69 sign. And then I had a coffee table of it as well. The issue with these signs, though, was when you took a picture, they were reflective. So if somebody would use a flash on a picture, and like you take a picture, the whole background would just look super bright, and it would ruin any picture. You take any picture in our room for those years, and they're just like they light up like crazy. Anyway, it was very fun. So we didn't put them up in my room my junior year or senior year, but we did I had them up there my sophomore year, and they would light up. They're super reflective. Anyway, is that the end of your story? Well, so I built like a coffee table out of one of them, and then I built I made it like part of my loft as well. And then whenever we'd watch a game, we would pound on it like a drum sometimes. And it was really loud. Anyway, that's the end of your story. She's still on it, yeah. And then there's still one other thing. So then the end of my first year, by where was it? On Mishawaka Avenue, I've still to this day have not seen a sign similarly. There's this sign. Okay, it's confusing to me. It's confusing to me. In fact, when I took my driver's test, I passed everything on the driver's test, but I did get one question wrong on the driver's test. I think they would change this
because a lot of people get this specialized. So this is slippery when wet, but I thought it meant curvy road because it looks like curvy road to me. Anyway, and so I think they would change that. They put like a little graphic on it so we knew it meant that. It was, yeah, I think they corrected it just now. And this is curvy road. Anyway. So, my friend and I saw a sign that looked like this. Let me see if I can find evidence. Except it wasn't a diamond like that. It was like a rectangle. So this sign, it was bigger than this. I'm trying to find it. It looks a lot like this, but it's bigger than that. And then the other one looks like this. I mean, they're really cool signs. Anyway, so the slippery when wet sign. My friend was like, dude, there's this slippery when wet sign by like Adams High School and on Mishawaka Avenue that I've always wanted to get. And our friends were at Phil was at the university, Mark was at Purdue, and my friend and I were going to school at Indiana, and so we had that tool set, and so he and I got that sign, slippery one wet, and it went in a really cool part of my parents' house. It went in the shower, like when you were in the shower, if you look, it says slippery when wet, which is actually slippery when you're in the shower. Anyway, are those all the signs you ever saw? Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Really? It was so much fun. And it was it was a huge, this guy looks like Michael Owen. Blue shower, though. To be a huge one. Anyway, blue shower would be good. My friend, it was just fun. Oh, it was such an adrenaline rush. That's what I was going to say. Okay, is that the end of your story? No, shout out to Rocco for letting us drive down there. Shout out to my mom for letting me go. She was cool to do that. None of our other friends were able to go. Phil listed out, but he did come through for the I-69 sign. Really, yeah. Shout out to Josie and Matt and Mark for having a good time.
Oh, I just don't get it.
Find the latest trends and new logos at American First Store near you.
Is attached to the emergency alert system. This is only attached.
When I saw through the voice of a trusted friend, I need to humor me and tell me why.
Beyond heard the radio alerts about the IRS, they found to be expired, to be scared, and they tried to
Tell
compromise
them,
the home.
Ray.
I'm not sure they got tax relief advocates for different. VRA is here to tell you that they don't owe money to the IRS, whether it's 5,000, 50,000, or 500,000. We have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car at work or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-616-1997. Stay free pay. VRA can limit or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk here. If you can't reduce your tax debt, then here's where you happen. Our tax taxes are not an individual trust or IRS office. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and a free class with a Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be a part of the IRS any longer. Find your tax network today by visiting us online at PRA.com or call 800-616-1997. That's 800-616-1997. Tax Relief Advocate. Real solutions for real people. Ever been on a road trip and wondered about all the hidden history and locals' own stories that you might be passing?
If yes, you're always when you hear things about the person behind it.
The author automatically delivers captivating stories about the natural wonders, local legends,
All right, what about you? Got a little more touch.
Download the Rabbi for just $5 with invite code JJ333. Anyone else has been telephone when they like store TV shows. Now for people who go to the keypad, the free spot, inspired to sleep at your inside your body and to push to the remote. No mask, no hurry, just breathe. To learn more, visit InspireSleep.com. Inspire Hamburger, recognizing success, and full safety commission at Inspire Success. I'm in a BMW on the floor of 25 years. I kept playing the BMW Island, so we know them letting you use their keys. With the best sale offers from BMW Financial Services, visit showroom.bmw.com. We're very excited.